For joining me today. This whole deal with this cyclospora, gotta pronounce that correctly. It sounds like it's about contaminated lettuce, right? And this explosive diarrhea part. Well, I don't think that's the whole story. I found evidence that the United States and the Nazi Germany's, they devoted a lot of attention to explosive diarrhea. Gee, wonder why that was. And I started wondering about how did this cyclospora research actually begin? And exactly why did the World Health Organization, who are you going to call? They established a major presence in Papua New Guinea, just as some of the earliest documented human cases are being reported there. So this Cyclosporia started out being discovered supposedly in Papua New Guinea. And it had a very long, and I would have to say, windy path, because we're talking human feces and contaminated food. It's a pretty big deal. I'm also going to be talking a little bit about predictive programming, the theory that the government will tell you things in advance. Well, I think we got a little bit of that going on here now. And now, I don't like to bury the lead. I am really seriously wondering out loud. Cyclospora, it has to be grown in a lab. Yes, you heard me correctly. It was grown in a lab. It was created by man or scientists or mad scientists, however you want to look at it. So I'm going to be starting off with smallpox. That was ground zero for vaccines. So what do vaccines have to do with sanitation? Well, long, complicated story, but smallpox became the foundation of vaccinations because it spread directly from person to person through close contact and respiratory droplets. Improving sanitation, such as cleaner water or better sewage systems, did not eliminate smallpox because contaminated drinking water was not its primary route of transmission. But in this case, actually, the route of transmission is pretty direct, surprisingly so. So, by contrast, sanitation targets diseases whose spread depends heavily on contaminated water, food, or human waste, aka human feces. And improvements in sanitation were associated with major declines in diseases such as cholera, typhoid fever, and dysentery. So historically, vaccination was developed to reduce susceptibility to specific infectious diseases, beginning with smallpox. Sanitation aims were to reduce exposure to infectious agents by improving water quality, sewage disposal, waste management, food hygiene, and environmental cleanliness. So the connection becomes relevant because cyclospora is fundamentally a sanitation issue rather than a respiratory disease. Cyclospora spreads through the fecal-oral route. People become infected by ingesting mature, they're called oocysts, oocysts, that contaminate food or water after human fecal contamination. That is why discussions about wastewater, sewage treatment, irrigation water, and biosolids arise in the context of cyclospora, whereas they were not central to the historical fight against smallpox. But smallpox was the disease that launched vaccinations. Cyclospora is a disease that highlights the continuing importance of sanitation. They represent two different approaches to preventing infectious disease. One seeks to prepare the immune system before exposure, and that would be with a vaccination. The other seeks to prevent the exposure from occurring in the first place, like having things cleaner, better sanitation, right? Don't let the feces into the system to begin with, right? That would be what one would be thinking, right? So I went into this thinking, yeah, well, every effort is being made to keep human feces out of the system. Well, I found it's just exactly the opposite. And here's some of the comments that I listened to a lot of different experts. Like everybody had on their experts. Katie Couric had on her expert. And these experts basically blathered on for about 20 minutes or so. And they didn't really say much. They basically said, don't eat the lettuce. And then in the comments, there are people saying things like, well, I'm not surprised about the origin. You don't drink the water in Mexico. Vegetables washed in sewage sounds so appetizing. Sarcasm. No thanks. Only domestic, carefully grown in clean conditions, please. Keep Mexico's food in Mexico. Only the shredded stuff. Peel and throw away the first couple of layers of whole heads, and you'll be fine. Cyclospora sits on the surface of the plant, not inside it. Well, people have some different ideas, right? They think that the problem in Mexico is because, I guess, they're too stupid and they're spreading human feces around in the water there, right? Like people are going to the bathroom in the field and just getting washed around. Well, excuse me, before you go blaming Mexico, I think you need to understand a few things. This is caused by what is called sewage sludge, okay? When it comes out of the system, the treatment plants is called sewage sludge. Then the name got changed to biosolids, Biosolids. When I read the word biosolids, I had no clue what it meant, right? Because obviously kind of a tricky word, didn't say feces in it, so I thought biosolids, what's that about? Well, through this whole research, at every juncture, my head has spun off the top, okay? And that's why my only conclusion is this was created in a lab. So here's the added benefit too, because in July 2026, the EPA decided not to set federal limits on PFAS, the PFAS, in sewage sludge spread on farmland. You heard me right. They're taking this sewage sludge that comes out of the facilities, and I'll get much more into this later. You'll be really disgusted by it all, I'm sure. And so out of the treatment centers comes this stuff called sewage sludge, okay? That that gets spread directly on farmland. So they literally take feces from the treatment centers, and it's called sewage sludge, but now it's called biosolids. And that actually gets put on farmland, okay? About 60% of the farmland in this country has sewage sludge or biosolids spread on it. And as an added bonus, these PFASs, which are very dangerous, okay, they're not processing those out of the sewage sludge. So in July of 2026, the EPA decided not to set federal limits on PFASs in sewage sludge spread on farmland. Instead, it issued voluntary advice that still allows these sludge to be used. The FDA also refused to set enforceable PFAS limits for food. So, Cyclospora can make you sick within days. The PFAS are different. They are called forever chemicals because they can remain in your body for years. And the concern is the health effects of long-term exposure rather than immediate illness. So, the public sometimes expects the PFAS to act like a food poisoning organism, when the concern is instead cumulative. So it's the cumulative exposure of these PFAS, these plastics and stuff, over time. Water treatment plants are generally not designed to remove or destroy the PFAS. So that stays into this sludge, okay? They often transfer the PFAS from the liquid wastewater into the solid sludge, which is why biosolids have become a major focus of PFAS research. But in another case, they've spent billions of dollars on getting rid of HIV, right? And despite billions of dollars spent on the task, no one to date has produced an effective HIV vaccine or a definitive cure. And the virus remains a threat to the health and well-being of the world populations. And this is where Fauci comes into the picture as far as this global kill box we're in, right? Fauci's been giving testimony this week. So what happens with this between Fauci and them? Okay, I'm going to try to explain this very simply. I went and listened to a whole bunch of Fauci interviews, and they were very telling. He's Jesuit trained, which is interesting, right? Those sneaky Jesuits. And he's Italian. And well, he kept in every interview I listened to, he always brought up George W. Bush. And I've talked in the past about the Bush family and their ties to the Nazis, right? So he keeps bringing up this Bush thing, and that's why I keep wanting to say we need to expand this kill box definition, because according to Fauci, Bush called him, Fauci, to the White House and said the United States has a moral obligation to help people dying from a treatable disease simply because they were born in poor countries. Bush then told Fauci to design a large program and said, "Let me worry about the money, Fauci." And then Bush then announced this program called PEPFAR, PEPFAR, in his 2003 State of the Union address, proposing $15 billion over 5 years. So George Bush gets very compassionate over poor people not getting access to medicine. So why would George Bush be worried about poor people in Africa, right? Specifically. Well, it was in the context of foreign aid, because originally the program for the HIV started out at $15 billion in 2003. And over time, it grew to $100 billion, okay? And, well, the kill box theory enters into a new realm here, because when most people think of George W. Bush, they would likely see him as having killed a lot of people in Afghanistan and Iraq, right? And also he was president during the 9/11 events, so he did a lot of spending on counterterrorism. So, but despite all of those competing priorities, Bush chose to make global HIV/AIDS a major presidential initiative. Okay, just hold that thought for a second, okay? They claim that this enormous death toll, which was going on, is one of the main reasons the Bush administration launched the PEPFAR in 2003. At the time, many people in wealthy countries had access to life-saving HIV medications, while millions in Africa did not because the drugs were too expensive or unavailable. So this PEPFAR thing was designed to expand access to treatment and prevention on a large scale. And if you're wondering, gee, why are you talking about HIV/AIDS? Well, I'll get to that in a bit here. I'm not really sure that wasn't also created in a lab, but let me stick to the part here. So what I found just absolutely, I mean, this one knocked me out of my chair, literally. How many people have died from AIDS in that region? Well, 43 to 44 million people have died. And that's over a little bit longer time frame than the wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, because the time frame for this lasted longer. Okay, this plan they came up with called PEPFAR in 2003, that ran until the 2000s, and basically 43 to 44 million people were killed or died or murdered, however you want to phrase this, okay? So where were most of those deaths? Well, Sub-Saharan Africa accounts for the large majority of those deaths, especially during the 1990s and the early 2000s, before antimicrobial therapy became widely available. The HIV/AIDS death toll is roughly an order of magnitude larger, about 9 times greater than the 4.5 million estimated deaths in Afghanistan and Iraq. So 4.5 million people local people from Afghanistan and Iraq were killed during those wars. This HIV death toll was 9 times greater. So see, you start to get a better picture of Bush's activities, right? So the staggering total of 4.5 million deaths includes Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Somalia, Syria, and portions of Pakistan affected by the spillover of the war in Afghanistan. Deaths among U.S. soldiers and contractors, including later deaths due to cancer, suicide, and other consequences, are not the focus of these numbers. So then you have to ask yourself, well, that's pretty startling, right? That 4.5 million lose their lives during the Middle East toll, right? But yet right over there in Africa, around the same time frame, we're talking 40 to 50 million people. That is a unbelievable number, right? But it's true, right? So then I started wondering, well, gee, that targeted area, it seems kind of targeted to me, right? So what exactly is in the sub-Saharan Africa? Well, some of the largest economies are there. We have Nigeria, oil and gas, banking, telecommunications, agriculture, and entertainment, like it's called Nollywood, okay? South Africa, mining, finance, manufacturing, agriculture, and tourism. Kenya, finance, technology, and that's where they have what's called the Silicon Savannah. The tech bros are there. Agriculture and tourism. Ethiopia, agriculture, textiles, manufacturing, coffee. Ghana, gold, cocoa, oil. Angola, oil and diamonds. Tanzania, mining, agriculture, tourism. Zambia, copper mining. Botswana, diamonds. And the Democratic Republic of the Congo, cobalt, copper, diamonds, and gold and coltan. So, right there in sub-Saharan Africa, where 40 to 50 million people died of HIV, a large share of the world's cobalt, essentially for batteries, is right there. There are major copper deposits, significant gold and diamond production, platinum and chromium, oil and natural gas, uranium in some countries, vast agricultural land, important shipping routes around the southern tip of Africa, a young and rapidly growing population. At the same time, it experienced the world's most severe HIV/AIDS epidemic. During the late 1990s and early 2000s, some countries had adult HIV prevalence rates above 20%, and life expectancy fell dramatically in several nations before widespread access to treatment. The human impact alone was enormous. Millions of adults died during what was normally the most productive working years of life. That affected families, leaving millions of children orphaned, schools through the loss of teachers, hospitals through the loss of healthcare workers, businesses through the loss of experienced employees, agriculture as farms lost working-age adults, government agencies, and the military in some countries. So when people describe HIV/AIDS in sub-Saharan Africa as not only a health crisis, but also an economic and social crisis, it wasn't simply a matter of individual illnesses in some places. It affected much of the workforce and the institutions that depended on it. Here's what they say. Just hang on to this one. That scale of loss is one of the reasons the Bush administration argued for creating the PEPFAR, PEPFAR. The program was intended not only to save individual lives, but also to help prevent further destabilization in countries that had been hit especially hard by the epidemic. So, let's take a little closer look at Bush. This whole podcast is about who are these people? How did we get so ensnared by all of them, right? So Bush was involved in getting billions in aid to Africa. I recorded a show. It's been years ago. I couldn't find it if I tried, but if you find it, you'll hear it. I recorded a show a long time ago, and at the time, I found a clip that compared George Bush to Charles Manson. Okay, you heard me correctly. Charles Manson, the famous killer, right? Well, in that clip, somebody did an excellent, it wasn't just some random person on the internet saying, oh, look, they sound the same. They actually did a complete voice analysis between Manson and George W. Bush, okay? So just hold on to that thought. Now, for this show, I couldn't find that clip anywhere. But what I did find was another more interesting clip, and it's posted down below. It's called In Case You Weren't Sure, George Bush is Charles Manson. And if you take a look at that clip, it's right down below. You will be, well, if you take a look at that clip and then go look at, just pull up some pictures of Charles Manson, you will have a very hard time not seeing George Bush, okay? I am 100% that is in fact true. Many of these people play multiple roles. So I found it interesting that George Bush, who I've been talking about with the Bush family, that it was his role as Charles Manson, okay? So just wander with me here for a second. Even if you're saying, oh, wait a minute, this is off the rails. George Bush did play Charles Manson. Before you start denying things and saying this is crazy, just go look for yourself, okay? The clip I put below, obviously I can't put a video clip that you need to watch on an audio show. So you have to go watch that clip. They are the same person. I'm 100%. So let's take a wander down on this deal, okay? So, who prosecuted Charles Manson? Well, a man named Vincent Bugliosi. Vincent Bugliosi is an old-time LA prosecutor, been around for a million years, okay? And he's very, very famous, okay? Or he was very famous, okay? And, well, Vincent Bugliosi prosecuted Charlie Manson. So essentially, he prosecuted George Bush, right? Well, so I went to look for what's Vincent Bugliosi up to now. Well, he's now he now has a new book out, and he wants to sue Bush for the war in Iraq. So Bugliosi also, they make a lot of money when they stage these things, right? Because his biggest commercial success was his 1974 book called Helter Skelter. And that book sold more than 7 million copies. And of course, there's movies and everything else. So, because the murders took place in 1969, I would have been about 18 years old back then. So there were things I didn't remember about Manson, obviously. And back then, we didn't hook ourselves up to 24/7 news. We just kind of heard things and moved along, right? So I wanted to refresh my energy and my knowledge about Manson. So I looked up one of those, top 10 things about Manson list, okay? And they went through, Manson liked to do this, Manson liked to do that. And here's the part that was fascinating. Manson was very involved in a portion of the Bible, and he was famous for quoting Revelation. Now, I don't know much about the Bible, so I had to look it all up, so I'll quote it here. So here's how Charles Manson and the book of Revelation connects. And this part just really, well, if there was a time to set my hair on fire, this would have been the time, right? Because remember all this fire and brimstone? And I've laid claim that we're going to go down in a wall of fire, right? With that Johnny Cash song about the wall of fire. So anyways, so in the Bible, fire and brimstone is a phrase that symbolizes God's judgment and destruction. Fire is a destruction, purification, or punishment. Brimstone is sulfur, the thing they're pumping into our homes as far as dirty electricity. So brimstone in the Bible means sulfur, a mineral that burns with a hot, choking flame and produces suffocating fumes. The phrase appears several times in the Bible. The best known example is the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah, where God is described as raining fire and brimstone from heaven. So, in the book of Revelations, they say that after the abyss is opened, smoke pours out of the pit locust-like creatures emerge to torment people. Later, 4 angels are released, leading an army of horsemen. The horses are described as breathing fire, smoke, and brimstone or sulfur. The text says a third of humanity is killed by these 3 plagues. So I don't know. It's interesting that Manson or Bush would like that specific one, right? So let's talk a little bit about this laboratory business because, I'm sure that Cyclospora came from a lab. So let's make sure we're all on the same page because this week, with Fauci appearing in front of everybody's yelling, oh, Fauci's such a creep, Fauci's such a liar. Well, sure, Fauci is all those things. But remember, Fauci is not the lone wolf here, right? Fauci has worked for 7 U.S. presidents. All 7 U.S. presidents approved of what Fauci was doing, okay? So they're all talking about gain of function. That means scientists change a virus in a laboratory to give it a new or stronger ability, or to gain a function. So we have lab-created or lab-modified viruses. That is where and how the virus came to be. And then we also have gain of function. And that was where they make a specific change within that virus. Okay, so what they're talking about with Wuhan and all this stuff about, well, we think the Chinese did it. No, it escaped from those bats. Well, so what they're really referring to is gain of function. They're claiming that there was a virus and it was given some new ability in the lab, okay? But gain of function means taking a virus and changing it in a lab so it gains a new ability. But the U.S. government added an extra rule to this. They said it only counted as gain of function if the new ability made the virus dangerous enough to fit their social official definition. So critics say you change the virus, that's gain of function. Fauci claims, yes, it was changed, but not enough to fit the government's definition of gain of function. So we're really splitting hairs on this deal, right? And I also, if you want to know my personal belief, I believe this whole hoopla going on with Fauci right now, well, if you're so focused on what Fauci did, you're probably not going to notice that Cyclospora, which is human feces, is being spread all over your food supplies, right? So it's like, look over here. The circus is on this side of the tent. They're talking about Fauci and all of his mistakes and how we should all hate and gang up on Fauci. All those are, of course, true. But that focuses the attention on Fauci and not what is going on right now. So that's why people say they were arguing over definitions. One side meant modified virus. The other meant modified virus that crosses our official threshold. So they're making claims about animal spillover and saying the virus evolved naturally in animals. For example, bats, possibly through another animal host, and eventually infected humans. Or there's laboratory-associated origin, that the virus is connected to a laboratory rather than a natural spillover. So I think Cyclospora was originated in a lab. And let me explain some of the thinking here with this coronavirus people. Remember, corona means heart, right? Oh, my heart, I'm having a heart attack. Yeah, so coronavirus. It gets confusing because at first you hear coronavirus and then you hear COVID, right? Well, coronavirus is the family of viruses. It's like saying dog or a broad category. Whereas SARS-CoV-2, that's SARS-CoV-2, is a specific coronavirus that emerged in 2019. So COVID-19 is the disease caused by that virus, which is SARS-CoV-2, okay? So, and I spoke about this years ago also. The term COVID-19 is an acronym for Coronavirus Disease 2019. But when written in Hebrew, it becomes Divoc, D-I-V-O-C, which is a Hebrew word meaning possession of an evil spirit. However, they claim this is a coincidence, as the Hebrew letter bet or two can be pronounced B or V. So they're claiming that to say the word is really Divoc, D-I-V-O-C, which is actually a Hebrew word, okay, meaning possession by an evil spirit. They're saying, well, just kind of a coincidence. They say that about everything. They said all the stuff about Epstein. That's not true. All these people are just liars. So let's hone in on this Divoc word, okay? Well, where did the word come from? Ashkenazi Jews, the gypsies, spoke Yiddish as their primary everyday language for centuries. Yiddish is a Germanic language with Hebrew and Slavic influences. So now we've got that Hebrew connection, right? Hebrew was primarily used for religious purposes, for prayer, the Torah study, and religious writings. In the late 19th and early 20th century, modern Hebrew was revived as a spoken language, and today it is the primary language of most Jewish citizens of Israel, including many Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews were Jews whose communities developed mainly in Central and Eastern Europe, and for years they lied and said they all came from Israel. They did not. I did a show about that. Most of the founders, Moshe Dayan, all those people, they all changed their names and moved to Israel. They came from Eastern Europe. So Hebrew was their sacred language, the language of the Bible, prayer, synagogue services, and much religious scholarship. Yiddish was their everyday spoken language at home, in the marketplace, and in the community. So when you read about Ashkenazi Jews, right there with Nazi in their names, you'll frequently see references to Hebrew because they read and studied Hebrew religious texts. Rabbis wrote in Hebrew. Synagogue services were conducted largely in Hebrew, and Hebrew was a central part of Jewish identity. So this word Divoc came from Hebrew. Well, where did Hebrew come from? Well, the Ashkenazi Jews. So, also, let's not forget a couple very important issues with this whole thing about Wuhan and Fauci and all this stuff going on today. Everybody leaves off the part that's the most important part. Around October of 2019, there was a major military march in Wuhan, China. They were all there. All of these people were there. The people from Fort Detrick were there. All around the world, people were there marching. I claim that march was their announcement of this new world order. It happened just a couple of months before this whole thing got kicked off with COVID, right? Or the evil spirit part, right? So around October, they're all over there in Wuhan, marching away, laughing away. That event was so choreographed, I would estimate it probably took them a couple of years to plan it. It didn't just pop up overnight. So there they are, marching around, laughing and stuff in this highly choreographed event. And then a few months later, boom, this thing hits. And then the blame goes on China, right? Well, at one point during that whole thing, China kicked back and said, hey, wait a minute. Your people were over here. Those people from Fort Detrick were over here marching with us during this thing. So everybody leaves this Wuhan thing off, okay? I think that Wuhan thing was telling us something, right? And also don't forget about Wuhan. When the U.S. bombed Japan, they bombed from a base in China. That same base in China before Japan was bombed, there were 2 bombings that took place. People only remember the Japan bombings, right? Because they were so explosive and they were claiming they were nuclear, right? Well, they were really mainly sulfur and mustard gas, right? But people only identify the initial bombings as being from Japan. But before Japan, the U.S. bombed Wuhan, China. Well, they were flying from a base in China. They buzzed over to Wuhan, China, firebombed that place, and it was with the approval of the Chinese people. So for some reason, I don't know why, I only found this event because I was doing a search for the B-29 because I wanted to know they modified the B-29 to fly those bombs over Japan. So I just one day got this wild idea. I wanted to know, was that the only time the B-29 flew? And I was very surprised to find out that the U.S. bombed Wuhan, China and Dresden before they bombed Japan using the B-29. And it was with approval because it was not really recorded in history, this bombing of Wuhan, because I guess, wanted to keep it kind of a secret, right? So, yeah, so that's how that took place. So, yeah, the U.S. has always had friendly relations with Wuhan, China. So the fact that they would be over there plotting some deal with some vaccinations and something in some lab doesn't come as any kind of a surprise. So let's talk about, when has there been lab issues in the past? Well, in 1977, there was the H1N1 influenza, or called the Russian flu. Watch out, those Russians are coming. Many virologists have argued that this strain likely escaped from a laboratory or resulted from a vaccine trial because it genetically was very similar to strains from the 1950s. While not universally accepted, a laboratory origin has been considered plausible by many experts. Then there was another case, a woman named Janet Parker in 1978. Parker died of smallpox after becoming infected in a medical school building in Birmingham, England. Investigations concluded the virus most likely escaped from a nearby laboratory. This is one of the best documented fatal laboratory-acquired infections. And then there was an incident in 1979, an anthrax leak. An accidental release of anthrax spores from a Soviet military biological facility killed dozens of people. The Soviet government initially blamed contaminated meat, but after the Soviet Union collapsed, it acknowledged the laboratory accident. And then SARS, S-A-R-S, 2003 to 2004. After the original SARS outbreak, there were several documented laboratory-acquired infections in Singapore, Taiwan, and Beijing involving researchers working with the virus. These were contained and did not become global outbreaks. COVID-19 is different. It caused a worldwide pandemic with millions of deaths. It involved a city that housed a major coronavirus research institute. It became the subject of intense international political, scientific, and intelligence investigations. But there is still no definitive public consensus on the origin. So lab leaks themselves are not unprecedented. What is unprecedented is the scale of the debate over whether a pandemic virus originated through an animal spillover or a laboratory-associated event. And here's where it gets interesting. The SARS, SARS-CoV, caused the SARS, which was 2002 to 2003. Then SARS-CoV-2 caused the COVID-19, which ran from 2019 to present. So, yeah, there have been a few incidences. There was also researchers working with plagues and stuff in the 40s and the 60s. There were occupational accidents. 1967, the first recognized Marburg virus outbreak began after laboratory workers in Germany and Yugoslavia handled infected African green monkeys imported from Uganda. So yeah, in 1972, the last naturally acquired smallpox case occurred. after which concerns increasingly shifted toward laboratory contamination of remaining virus stocks. Well, so yeah, they say after 1972, the last acquired smallpox survived, but they're still giving out those smallpox vaccines, and I'll explain why later. So, before the 1940s, there were very few dedicated virology laboratories. The major expansion occurred after World War I, accelerated during the Cold War, expanded again after HIV, and grew rapidly after the 2003 SARS outbreak, and again following COVID-19. That progression helps explain why most discussions about laboratory biosafety and possible laboratory-associated outbreaks are concentrated in the last 50 years. So let's talk a little bit about this lettuce. You realize when you buy lettuce in a bag, it's been processed using chemicals, right? They don't keep it nice and crispy green in those bags without the aid of some chemicals. So in order to look at this entire picture, we need to look at the entire picture, right? So there's also this thing in this country called GRAS, GRAS. That means generally recognized as safe, okay? So if these people have concluded that something is safe according to them, right, then that means it does not have to be put on the label. So when you pick up that bag of lettuce and stuff and you think, hey, what an easy way for dinner tonight, right? Well, I would think more carefully. So what are the chemicals used in those bags? Well, chlorine, which is sodium hypochlorite. It is corrosive and irritating. You can get burning eyes, skin irritation or burns, coughing, wheezing, chest tightness, shortness of breath. Mixing with acids or ammonia can release toxic chlorine gas, which can cause severe lung injury. Then they also use this thing called peracetic acid, or PAA, and that is also corrosive with a strong oxidizer, causes severe eye irritation or burns, skin burns, nose and throat irritation, coughing, headaches, asthma-like symptoms, difficulty breathing with repeated workplace exposure. And they also use chlorine dioxide. It's also a strong respiratory irritant that causes eye irritation, coughing, sore throat, breathing difficulty, lung irritation. High exposures can damage the respiratory tract. And then there's also hydrogen peroxide used on that crispy, delicious-looking lettuce. It's a concentrated corrosive, skin whitening and burns, eye damage, throat irritation, coughing, stomach irritation if swallowed in concentrated form. They also use this thing called ozone, O-Z-O-N-E. Yeah, toxic to breathe, coughing, chest pain, throat irritation, reduced lung function, worsened asthma, shortness of breath. Ozone quickly breaks down and is not intended to remain on food. Well, not intended. What does that mean? Then there's another thing called acidified sodium chloride, and that's also corrosive when concentrated. Eye and skin burns, respiratory irritation, nausea if ingested in significant amounts, and throat irritation. Are they dangerous? Well, yes, especially for workers handling concentrated chemicals. Can they cause side effects? Well, yes, primarily involving the eyes, skin, and lungs from direct exposure. Do consumers typically receive these exposures? Well, under normal circumstances, these sanitizers are diluted, monitored, and intended to leave only a very small residue on produce. Food safety agencies, the same people saying that spreading human feces on the food supply is a good idea, well, those people consider those residual exposures acceptable when the products are used according to regulations. So the greatest concern is generally occupational exposure, people who mix, handle, or work around concentrated sanitizers every day. For consumers, the system is designed. Okay, now here, here you either need to break out laughing or live in a shocked state. Okay, for consumers, the system is designed so that these chemicals are used at controlled concentrations and, where applicable, leave only low residues from regulators. Excuse me, let me start over again. For consumers, the system is designed so that these chemicals are used at controlled concentrations and, where applicable, leave only low residues that regulators have evaluated as acceptable under their approval. Conditions of use. Oversight is not a one-time approval. These agencies continue to review new research. You'll see why this is also funny in a bit here. So, and another thing to consider about those delicious packs of salad, they come packed with about 20 to 40 grams of cancer-producing sugar. So, I would say, those bag salads were never a good idea. I ate a couple of them years ago and thought, something's kind of fishy about this. How did that lettuce stay quite so green? Well, now we know why, right? So anything that you buy in the store, I don't know about other countries, everything is cooked up about convenience, right? That's why I always say evil has to come packaged as help, right? Oh, for you busy homemakers, look, we chopped your vegetables for you. We'll pre-wash all of your greens. Yeah, all these things come in bags. They call them, well, they're triple wash. Well, triple washing doesn't really reassure me, right? Because triple washing means it's 3 times more chemicals. Right? So, anyways, you have to decide. So let me get to the part that's really gonna, well, how this whole thing with the Papua New Guinea stuff is just absolutely mind-boggling to me, okay? In 1976, Papua New Guinea becomes independent, and right away, they join the WHO, right? Who are you going to call? And right away, who opens a country office there? So in 1977 and 1978, the first documented human cases of Cyclospora are identified by a Dr. R.W. Ashford. Keep that in mind. So then in 1979, Ashford publishes the findings. I had to chase Ashford down to the ends of the earth, okay? This Ashford character is key here. So basically what the setup was this, is Papua New Guinea becomes independent. Right away, they join the World Health Organization. Kind of a big red flag, right? And they open an office there. And then the first documented case of Cyclospora happened just right around that time frame. And this Ashford guy shows up. And I'll get back into Ashford later, because what I do when I'm putting together one of these files is all the things that I consider the most problematic, I move to the top, because why would I want to bury the lead, right? So we'll get much more into Ashford later. But here is the part that really, if I could have been spun backwards, this would have spun me backwards and set my hair on fire. So I try to always look at the root of things, right? Well, looky here. 1807, Bavaria introduces one of the first childhood vaccine mandates. In 1807, the Kingdom of Bavaria, now part of Germany, became one of the first governments in the world to require smallpox vaccinations for young children. You know how they're always claiming, we love the children, save the children. Well, I think this is just quite the opposite. So the law required children to be vaccinated by age 3, making Bavaria a pioneer in state-sponsored childhood immunization during a time when smallpox was one of the deadliest diseases in Europe. Well, then I'm overlooking in Bavaria now, right? And the light bulbs start dinging, dinging, dinging. What else is in Bavaria? Well, Bavaria is where the founding of the Illuminati happened. Adam Weishaupt, that's Weishaupt. I've talked about him a million times. Adam was born between 1748, and died in 1830. He was a German law professor and the founder of the Illuminati, a secret society established on May the 1st, 1776, in the Electorate of Bavaria. Bavaria is notable for two very different chapters in history. Adam Weishaupt founded the Illuminati there in 1776, and just over 30 years later, in 1807, the Kingdom of Bavaria became one of the first ones to require smallpox vaccination for children. And now, isn't that just fascinating? So right here, holding their own hands on those needles are the elites, right, in Bavaria. Now, there's a lot of controversy saying, well, Weishaupt really wasn't close to this person or that person, but I'll clear all that up today. Don't worry. So anyway, so now we're looking at this. Edward Jenner's first discovery in 1796, right? Jenner showed that inoculations with cowpox could protect against smallpox. His method spread rapidly across Europe. King Maximilian Joseph of Bavaria, the king, publicly endorsed vaccination and even had himself and members of his family vaccinated to build public confidence. When voluntary uptake proved to be insufficient, the government moved toward compulsory vaccination. So the Bavarian reform government under Maximilian von Montagus, and Montagus was the king's chief minister and architecture of sweeping administrative reforms. During this modernization of the Bavarian state, the government enacted one of the world's earliest compulsory vaccination laws on August the 26th, 1807. Children were required to receive the smallpox vaccine generally by about the age of 3, and the state created an organized system of vaccination districts, records, and enforcement. And I'm going to be taking a break here. When I come back, I will get into this Weishaupt, Adam Weishaupt. They claim he did not work directly with the European royal families like the Rothschilds. But that is not exactly true, and I have proof to show that that is not true. As a matter of fact, they both lived, the Rothschild group and Weishaupt over in Bavaria, they were just within a crow shot of each other. They were just about 100 or so kilometers apart. So people saying, they're different things. Well, who are those people saying that? But somebody who wants to hide what's going on, right? So I need to take a break, and I'll lay out that whole Adam Weishaupt and how the Rothschilds and how they started with this one name, and then they put that demonic Star of David on their front door, and it took off from there. So I will be back on the other side. Okay, now that we've landed in Bavaria as an originating spot where children were first given jabs of poison, right? So let's take a little deeper look. Adam Weishaupt was born February the 6th, 1748, and educated by the Jesuits. These are some claims. Adam Weishaupt did not work directly with European royal families, the Rothschilds, or senior Vatican officials. However, there are some connections between Weishaupt and these groups. As far as European royal families, Weishaupt was involved with the Illuminati, an organization that aimed to infiltrate secret societies to gain control over wealthy and influential people. This could include European royal families. The Rothschild family was involved in the Illuminati and used Hessian troops to observe the organization. Additionally, the Rothschilds were financially involved in the American Civil War, which was supported by the Illuminati. The Vatican There is no direct evidence that Weishaupt worked with senior Vatican officials, but then, of course, he was connected to the Jesuits, right? But the Rothschild family had significant financial dealings with the Vatican, including a large debt owed to them. So, the real power behind the United States is the Rothschild banking family, which can trace its roots to 1743, when Moses Amschel Bauer, Bauer, put the red hexagon above his doorway. That was also the year his son Mayer, Mayer, was born in Bavaria. In 1760, Meyer would change the family name from Bauer to Rothschild after that red hexagram sign, which meant Rot in German and red for shield, meaning sign. The Rothschilds claim that they are Jewish when in fact they are Khazarians. They are from a country called Khazaria, which has occupied the landlocked between the Black Sea and the Caspian Sea, which is now predominantly occupied, they claim, by Georgia, but you'll read that some people claim Georgia, but I think they just possibly maybe just got their geography a little bit mixed up. So, and I'll keep reading. The reason the Rothschilds claim to be Jewish is that Khazars, under the instruction of the king, converted to the Jewish faith in 740 AD. But of course, that did not include converting their Asiatic Mongolian genes to the genes of the Jewish people. And the area they're calling Georgia really is southern Ukraine, southern Russia, western Kazakhstan. That's the area the Khazars took hold of. Also, the Khazars, I've talked about them extensively in the past. That's where the colors, that red and green, come from that we see around Christmas time and stuff. Those are the colors of the Khazars. And I'll continue reading. They say you will find that approximately 90% of people in the world today who call themselves Jews are actually Khazars, or as they like to be known, Ashkenazi Jews. These people knowingly lie to the world with their claims to be the land of Israel is as their birthright. So let's take a look. Basically, starting off with Mayer Amschel Bauer, who later became Rothschild, is born in the free imperial city of Frankfurt, which was the Holy Roman Empire. So his family lived in Frankfurt's Jewish quarters. And Meyer's father was a money changer and merchant. So yeah, they do all connect as Weishaupt and the Rothschilds because, let me see here. So evidently they claim the Bavarian government bans the Illuminati and Weishaupt flees from Bavaria, but nothing we need to worry about today. But anyway, so basically how it spun out was this. Edward Jenner introduces the first successful smallpox vaccine in England. Thomas Jefferson writes to James Madison, arguing that Weishaupt's use of secrecy reflected the political and religious conditions in Bavaria rather than necessarily his underlying philosophy. Then 1801, Dr. Benjamin, and what that means about Madison and Jefferson, I'm not really clear on all that, but here again, I publish everything that I'm talking about today down below or on my website. I don't have conclusions about everything. The whole idea is you can come to your own conclusions, but yeah, I found it very suspicious that Thomas Jefferson was writing about the Bavarian people, right? And so then, 1801, Dr. Benjamin Waterhouse introduces Jenner's smallpox vaccine in the United States. And President Thomas Jefferson later strongly supports vaccination and exchanges correspondence with Jenner. And then, of course, 1807, the Kingdom of Bavaria becomes one of the first places to enact compulsory smallpox for children. The U.S. Congress passed the Vaccine Act of 1813, the nation's first federal vaccine law. It was intended to ensure the availability of genuine smallpox vaccine and authorize a federal agent to distribute it. And then they repealed it, but anyways, it was basically pushed out by the states, and it was upheld by the Supreme Court that school vaccination requirements came about around 1922. So you can see the progression. All roads started really in Bavaria, right? And here's where they both do connect. The Rothschild family in Weinshof lived within the Holy Roman Empire. They were in different political jurisdictions. Frankfurt at the time was a free imperial city, while the other one was part of the Electorate of Bavaria and later the Kingdom of Bavaria. So they were roughly about 170 to 190 miles apart. So I would have to say quite close together, right? Even during those times. So yeah, that's a direct connection. And then they give the first vaccines over there, and then all of a sudden vaccines are law over here, right? So let's take a look. 1400 BC is the claim. Freemasonry is said to trace its origins to the Egyptian pharaoh who allegedly built a temple that became the first mystery school, with initiation rites later reflected in modern Freemasonry. So here we got the root in Egypt, right? All roads seem to lead to those gypsies. So that was 1400 BC. Then we have 1743. Moses Amschel Bauer places a red hexagram above the entrance to his counting house. That same year, his son Mayer is born in Bavaria. It is claimed the Rothschild banking family traces its roots to this period. It is further claimed the red hexagram, that satanic symbol, later became associated with the Israeli flag and symbolically represents the number 666. So that's where we had Bauer being born. And Mayer became Bauer to Rothschild, and Rothschild means the rot part means ROT means the red. They like that red because of Saturn, which is code for Satan. So yeah, that's basically how they all ended up together. And I have every little detail you ever want to find out listed down below. I provided you with all these timelines about how this person happened and that person happened. But yes, it started in 1796. And there again, 1807, what's that, 11 years later, after Jenner develops the first successful vaccine for smallpox. And we'll be getting much more into whether that vaccine was even real or not. So pretty good timing, right? 1796, just a few years later in 1807. Then 1827, Boston in the U.S. becomes the first U.S. city to require smallpox vaccination for public school students. This 20 years after the Bavaria deal. And then 1855, Massachusetts passes the first statewide law requiring children attending public schools to be vaccinated against smallpox. And then 1905, there was a Supreme Court ruling that it was perfectly fine to force children to be vaccinated. Gee, I wonder why that is. Kind of like they all work together, right? So yeah, the timeline to me seems a little bit suspect, right? How they just happen one right after another. And here's where it gets interesting. Bavaria required compulsory vaccination nearly half a century before Britain, and almost 50 years before Massachusetts adopted its statewide school vaccination. So yeah, Bavaria, I kept checking. Did anybody before Bavaria? No, all roads kept leading to Bavaria. And here is why. They claim that germ theory had not yet been established, and I'll be getting much more into, is germ theory even real? They also claim that viruses had not been discovered. Here again, are viruses even really real? So, and no one know what caused smallpox at the microscopic level. And here is where you need to perk up your ears. Instead, physicians relied on observation. They had seen for centuries that smallpox spread from person to person. People who survived it rarely got it again. Cowpox infection seemed to protect against smallpox. Seemed to. That empirical evidence was enough for Jenner's vaccination to gain acceptance long before anyone understood why it worked. So right there, they admit, well, I don't know, we started using it seemed to work, right? The major scientific milestones came later. 1854, John Snow links cholera to contaminated water, and that was still before the germ theory was widely accepted. 1860, pay very close attention to Louis Pasteur. He developed the germ theory. He was also involved with rabies vaccines, so just remember Louis Pasteur, not such a good guy after all. 1870s to 1880s, Robert Koch identified specific disease-causing bacteria. 1892, the first virus is discovered. It's called the tobacco mosaic virus. 1906, smallpox is recognized as being caused by a filterable virus, though it could not yet be seen with microscopes. So when Bavaria passed its compulsory vaccination law in 1807, the public justification was not, we know germs cause disease. Rather, it was this. We know from experience that vaccinated people are far less likely to get smallpox, and smallpox kills many children. The policy rested on observed outcomes, not on an understanding of microbiology. Germ theory and virology would not provide that scientific explanation until decades later. But still, it seemed like it was a good idea, right? Well, we observed this and we think this is true, so let's start getting shots for all those kids. The shift to gene therapy, these people didn't even recognize that you should wash your hands before you put them inside of a human body, right? I wouldn't say the intelligence level was just screaming off the shelves at this point, right? But the shift to germ theory was gradual. And remember, doctors only really got going around the 1600s, so this was pretty early in their careers, putting those white coats on, right? So, it changed both how diseases were explained and how vaccination was justified. So, before 1800s, disease was often explained by bad air, imbalances of the body, divine punishment, or unknown contagion. Early on, vaccinations was largely accepted because it appeared to work, even though no one knew why. And this is directly out of their own history books. I did not spend a single minute cooking this stuff up. Then 1850s to 1880s, germ theory emerged through the work of Pasteur, Koch, and others, identified microorganisms as causes of many diseases. 1900s onward, vaccination was increasingly explained scientifically as protecting against specific infectious agents. So before germ theory came about, when Jenner introduced smallpox vaccination, he did not know what caused smallpox. His reasoning was this: milkmaids who had contracted cowpox rarely got smallpox. Deliberately exposing someone to cowpox seemed to protect them. Therefore, vaccination prevented smallpox. The explanation was essentially, we know it works because we've observed it. Germ theory changes the explanation. Beginning in the mid-1800s, researchers like Louis Pasteur showed that microorganisms cause fermentation and disease. Robert Koch then demonstrated that particular bacteria causes particular diseases. This changed medicine from disease happens because of bad air or mysterious influences to disease is caused by specific microorganisms that enter the body. So vaccines fit into the new framework. Once scientists accepted germ theory, vaccination acquired a new scientific explanation. So instead of saying cowpox somehow protects against smallpox, physicians could increasingly explain it this way. Well, a microorganism stimulates the body's defenses, preparing it to fight future infection. The mechanism became clearer over time, especially as immunology developed in the late 19th and early 20th century. Before germ theory, prevention focused on things like quarantine, isolation, ventilation, burning contaminated clothing, avoiding obvious contact with the sick. After germ theory, governments increasingly emphasized sanitation, clean drinking water, sewage systems, sterilization, hand washing, pasteurization, laboratory diagnosis, vaccines as one part of infectious control. So, smallpox was somewhat unusual because vaccination preceded scientific understanding. Did you hear that part right? Smallpox was somewhat unusual because vaccination preceded scientific understanding. Many vaccines developed after the late 1800s came after scientists had identified the organism causing the disease. So basically, 1796 smallpox vaccine was developed. For whatever reason, right? Well, we think this, we think that. 1807, Bavaria mandates childhood vaccinations. 1853, Britain mandates infant vaccination. 1855, Massachusetts mandates vaccination for public school children. 1860 to 1880s, germ theory becomes widely accepted. Late 1800s to 1900s, vaccination is increasingly explained using microbiology and later immunology. In other words, the practice came first and the scientific explanation came later. I call that fairly suspicious if you ask me, but hey, what do I know, right? Just what do I know? So yeah, it's pretty funny, right? This led to a major shift in public health priorities. Cities began investing in clean drinking water, sewage systems, safe disposal of human waste, milk pasteurization, food inspection, hand washing, and hospital sanitation. In many ways, the late 1800s marked the birth of modern environmental public health. For diseases like cholera and typhoid fever, improving water and sanitation had an enormous impact because those diseases spread through contaminated water or food. For smallpox, the situation was different. Smallpox, and listen to how this is spread, okay? And just start to wonder, this sounds kind of familiar, right? Smallpox spreads primarily through close person-to-person contact and respiratory droplets, not contaminated drinking water. So cleaning up water would not have eliminated smallpox, although it greatly reduced many other infectious diseases. So after germ theory, governments increasingly realized that preventing infectious disease required not only vaccinations were available, but also clean water, sewage treatment, sanitation, food safety, and hygiene. Those investments dramatically reduced deaths from many infectious diseases even before antibiotics became available. And it all goes back to Bavaria. And how does this even work out? Because I think in this country, a lot of people are suffering from pretty bad amnesia. Everything looks like it's running fine Everybody thinks the government's in control. So every morning, millions of Americans wake up, flush their toilets, take showers, wash dishes, do laundry, and go to work. Hospitals, schools, nursing homes, restaurants, factories, office buildings, and businesses all do exactly the same thing. Everything enters municipal sewer systems. Everything. The wastewater flows to treatment plants where the water is cleaned before being discharged under environmental permits. The solid material, like the feces, does not disappear. It accumulates every day. Those solids become sewage sludge. The sludge is treated using approved processes to reduce pathogens and stabilize the material. If it meets regulatory requirements for a particular use, it may be classified as biosolids. At that point, the treatment plant faces a practical problem. The material continues arriving every day. Stop, stop, the toilets keep getting flushed. It cannot simply stop because people never stop producing wastewater. The question is no longer how to treat it. The question becomes where to put it. Some of this sludge is placed in landfills. Some is burned in specialized incinerators. Some is further dried and processed into pellets or granules that can be transported and marketed as fertilizer or soil amendments. A substantial portion is transported to permitted agriculture land for application to the soil. This is not a one-time event. It is a continuous cycle operating every day of the year in the thousands of communities across the United States and the world. From this perspective, biosolids are not primarily an agriculture story. They are an urban waste management story. Every city produces them. Every wastewater treatment plant must manage them. Every day, new material replaces what was removed the day before. Cities generate the material. Wastewater treatment plants process it. Transportation companies move it. State agencies supposedly regulate where it can go. Permitted farms receive it. And that is how the things work. Recently, the EPA figures are about 4 million dry metric tons annually. I tried to get a handle on the numbers, but boy, that would take a long time to figure out. Here's the closest I could come with. Of those 4 million dry metric tons, about 60% are land applied. About 25% may go to landfills. About 14% are incinerated. And a small remainder is managed through other methods. So, yeah, it's a pretty big deal, I have to say. So, because what happens is that, all those gardening things you buy and stuff, the fertilizers, well, the biosolids get put into there as pellets and stuff. So, literally, they're putting it on 60% of the land. People are putting it on the land of their own, right? They're using it in timber and forest. Yeah, it's used all over the place. And they claim that of the 60%, not all of that land grows food eaten directly by people. Much of it is used on crops such as corn, wheat, hay, pasture, timber, or land reclamation projects. So, yeah, I had a hard time figuring out where the actual numbers went, but I got to tell you, it's pretty startling information. There's a company called Mill Organite, and it's probably the best known example, is made from treated municipal biosolids from Milwaukee, and it is sold nationally as a lawn fertilizer. Another company called Tagro, and that's produced by the city of Tacoma, Washington. It is made from treated biosolids combined with other materials and is used for landscaping, gardens, and other approved purposes. And there's this other large company, and they're called Cernagro, a large company that manages biosolids for municipalities. It produces and markets biosolids products, although much of its business is supplying agriculture and land reclamation rather than retail lawn products. So yeah, it's pretty, if you see the words organic nitrogen fertilizer, slow release nitrogen, soil amendment, biosolids, heat dried biosolids, municipal biosolids. You'll see all those words rather than sewage sludge. So yeah, it's like the sugar industry. These biosolids are starting to have a whole bunch of different names. So, well, what are you going to do, right? If you're planting a garden, probably kind of a big deal. So yeah, I really could not get any kind of handle on anything other than give you an overall guess because there's really no data out there, like how much of it has a PFAS in it, where does this go or that go? But it's a whole big business because the cities just produce the sludge, and then there's contractors and stuff that make it into the pellets and do all that stuff and do the marketing. So yeah, I would call it a fairly big deal. So let's talk. I'm going to take a break here in a bit, but first, uh, let's take a look at rabies. And when we talk, I think Pasteur, yeah. People say, well, that was a long time ago. How can you judge the guy now? Well, I don't know. What this Pasteur person did seemed rather aggressive to me and rather brutal toward the animals, but you'll have to decide for yourself. He didn't seem more like a scientist to me. He seemed more like a brutal psychomaniac. But anyway, so other famous, not sanitation. Okay, yeah, so because HIV people, they're still getting in problems because of sanitation, because that's supposedly person to person. But let me move along here to rabies, okay? Rabies is transmitted primarily through the saliva of infected animals. In humans, it's rabies only after the symptoms occur after being bitten or scratched by an animal. So let's say tomorrow morning you wake up and suddenly have difficulty swallowing. Were you bitten by an animal? If you answer no, then you probably have herpes. If you say, yeah, I was feeding a squirrel a peanut and one bit me by accident, then yes, it is 100% for sure you have rabies and you need a vaccination pronto. Very scientific. Now that you understand how it works, let's dive into some of the crazy, excuse my language, I'm reading from this article. Now that you understand how it works, let's dive into some of the craziest shit you've never heard, and all in the name of stopping the spread. How rabies was discovered. According to a book written in 1890 by scientist Louis Pasteur, he discovered the rabies virus by drilling holes into laboratory dog skulls and injecting them with what he suspected to be rabies virus. The dogs became rabid, meaning they displayed some symptoms from the massive list of basically every symptom. And boom, proof of the rabies virus. But if you were doubting Mr. Pasteur's study, according to a different rabies specialist, you should have a 100% success rate infecting animals with rabies virus if you inject it specifically into their brain, not just a skull. Pinpoint that brain. If your brain injection does not produce rabies symptoms, you are doing it wrong. Now that science has learned so much about rabies and the severity of the virus, rabies was suddenly being discovered all over the USA by none other than the U.S. government. In fact, rabies became so bad that in 1916, the Secretary of Agriculture asked Congress for $75,000 in tax dollars so they could begin slaughtering wolves, coyotes, and other predatory animals in the Northwest states. The goal was to completely eliminate these species in Utah, Nevada, Idaho, California, Oregon, and Washington because they claimed they all could be rabid and were infecting livestock with the virus. Wolves were later discovered to be endangered. So researchers repeatedly infected rabbits, dogs, and other laboratory animals with rabies virus by injecting infected nervous tissue directly into the brain, called intracerebral inoculation. After an animal became ill, brain tissue was removed and used to infect the next animal. This was done to produce more uniform laboratory strains and study changes in virulence. Researchers investigated whether rabies could be transmitted through saliva, bites, nervous tissue, blood, or other routes by experimentally infecting animals under controlled conditions. I would call them sadists. You lock up a bunch of docile animals and you put them in cages and you inject their brains on a daily basis. That takes a certain kind of person to do that kind of work. That's just my opinion. So, and then they force you into the vets by law and get you to pay and participate in the evil toward your pets. That was how, let me see, that was how the rabies thing, let me put this on hold for a second. I have a lot of data down below if you're interested as far as how those PCR tests got started. Well, I don't believe those PCR tests were worth anything, but they're talking about billions of dollars, right? The Biden administration initially allocated about $4 billion to purchase 500 million free at-home tests. Yeah, everybody needed those tests, right? Well, those tests have some pretty severe issues about them. And also, the U.S. government a lot of government spent billions of dollars on those tests. So, you can start to hear the cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. So, we didn't used to understand viruses the same way. When I was younger, I know it was a million years ago, but we weren't told anything, but if you had the flu, it was a virus or a cold, and you could not get antibiotics for that. The doctors would tell you, rest, drink fluids, let your immune system do the work. Today, well, let's identify the virus. If you're high risk or there's an effective antiviral, we'll use it to help your immune system. But here's the bottom line. Your immune system still has to clear the infection, okay? In the case of the smallpox vaccine, the guy treated this person called Joseph Meister before fully proving the vaccine. In 1885, Pasteur treated 9-year-old Joseph Meister after the boy had been severely bitten by a dog believed to be rabid. Pasteur was not a licensed physician. He was a chemist, and several physicians had to agree to administer the treatment. So, yeah, Pasteur was willing to go in there and give that kid a vaccine, and supporters countered that untreated rabies was considered almost fatal, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Pasteur's laboratory notebooks became available many decades later. Historians noticed that some details differed from the polished public reports. Critics argue some experiments were more complicated than originally described. Negative or ambiguous findings received less emphasis. Pasteur presented a cleaner narrative that actually occurred. So, Pasteur's laboratory infected large numbers of rabbits, dogs, monkeys, and other animals. Rabbits were often inoculated directly into the brain to maintain and standardize the virus. So, yeah, I don't know. You'll have to decide for yourself. Here we're forced into the vet. They charge you $100, $200 to give your animal an injection, and I don't know. You're going to have to make that decision for yourself. I had to take Marcos to the vet because I wasn't sure when the house first got hit in early 2020. I wasn't sure what was going on. I didn't know if he was having heart problems by his breathing and whatnot, and I wanted to rule things out. But yes, I was very concerned that the vet would try to give him a rabies vaccine. So I actually lied about it. I found a new vet and acted like, oh, well, and luckily it was when they were sending somebody out to get the pet out of your car to take it inside for you. So I basically came up with a story that I told the technician. Yeah, well, I'm going to be changing vets, and I'll be glad to send the records over. I never said if he had a vaccine or not. I just said, I've been getting regular care for him, and I'll make sure and send you the records. But yeah, I wasn't going to send the records because he hadn't had a current vaccine, and I was just doing that as a trick. But yeah, I don't usually go around lying to doctors and stuff, but in this case, yeah, it was my only route because I wanted to rule out anything that could be treated. And It was not his heart. He did not need heart medication. It was clearly what was going inside of my home. But yeah, I didn't tell the truth to the vet because I wasn't willing to put him under a rabies vaccine. You take an animal in there and they're sick and they're going to immediately give him a shot. And I don't believe that's the route to go. But anyway, so anyhow, so of all of these things, they always come up with vaccines, right? And I'm going to be putting this on hold. Yeah, and all these early decisions about Bavaria and stuff, decisions were made by monarchs, state governments, military authorities, local officials, and physicians who advised them. And that's where all this rot came from. The monarchs and the elite level. Through the campaign in Bavaria, I am very confident saying that the elites or the Illuminati definitely had a hand in making sure that everybody got these vaccines, right? And I couldn't point to probably a more suspicious group of people. Who's pushing vaccines today? Well, the same crowd of people. They're doctors, they're people, and everything else. The majority of people you see online, they're ticked off about this particular vaccine, but very few of them are upset about the other vaccines, right? They actually claim things like, well, those anti-vax people, they group us all together and, they must really want to see crippled children because they don't want vaccines and polio with blah, blah, blah. And they all state with such authority like, yeah, but I'm not just saying, I'm saying this vaccine is bad, but yeah, we couldn't live without polio, right? So yeah, they cherry pick. So I would say the vast majority of them are on the side of the government, right? They're cherry picking what they think is appropriate rather than being willing to say, well, hey, wait a minute. I don't think any of these things make sense, right? And it all got traced to the beginning here, because how can you argue against this? Right here it says they got together and they decided to inoculate children, tiny children. Yeah, that was the original plan. And you can't convince me that was to help the children. In no way was that to help any children. So I'm going to put this on hold and take a break. And I'll be back with much more, a lot of this stuff. I want to get into where I track this guy down to and the Cyclospora when I return on the other side.
So you've served under many different presidents.
7
different presidents. I'm curious, it seems like your relationship with George W. Bush was very effective in your work. What was it about George W. Bush that you think made that working relationship so good?
Well, I got to know him a bit because I advised 7 presidents. I had a lot to do with George H.W. Bush, his father, who was an extraordinary man. And I think that argues about my being an apolitical person. I got along as well with George H.W. Bush as I did with Obama and Biden. I mean, 2 completely different ideological bents for those individuals. But George W. Bush had a very strong feeling of fairness. And I got to know him very well following the 9/11 attacks and the anthrax attacks, which we thought was Al-Qaeda, which wasn't. It was a homegrown person who had mental difficulties and essentially was an American who actually did that. But as part of that, we had this big program of trying to prepare ourselves for terrorist attacks as well as naturally occurring outbreaks. And in some of my conversations with President George W. Bush, he became very, very concerned and told me, as well as others, but I had conversations with him where he said, I believe we have a moral obligation as a rich country not to allow people to suffer from and die from a preventable and treatable disease merely because of where they happen to live.
Okay, I am back. Over on my website or down below, I don't know what audio platform you're on. So some of them you can see my show notes, some of them you can't. So anyways, if you can, down below, you'll see certain things. There is no formal list of what countries are now using this biosolids business. So you'll have to check for yourself because I put together as many countries as I could figure out. But then when you spot check, you'll find things like, well, Pakistan isn't on the list, but yeah, they are in fact doing it. But how much each country is doing it? Well, that's kind of well, I'd have to say a crapshoot. I'll try to cut the shit jokes, right? So anyway, so no, I don't have any idea how much they're using per country or any of these figures correct or not. So the only way to figure this out, get an undercover job in one of these big treatment facilities and nose around and see what's happening because I don't think we're going to figure this out. But here's the deal. What's interesting, it's always about a game of omission, right? And this is the interesting part. Of all the so-called white countries, the usual suspects, the UK, the US, all those countries, Austria is even in the list. All of them are using this stuff. Well, who isn't using it? Well, funny you should ask. Switzerland, home of the old Habsburgs, right? Switzerland historically used it, but banned agriculture use in 2006. Ha! They want to protect their own food there, huh? And the Netherlands, my other group of friends, they historically used it, and now essentially, I don't think they're using it on farmlands, and they're mainly incinerating it. So Switzerland and Netherlands. Interesting, huh? And you'll never guess the other country. Let me give you a second to guess here. Do. Well, if you guess Germany, you'd be on the right path. Germany has not banned it outright, but it's moving away from farmland application, emphasizing phosphorus recovery. So we have Switzerland, the Netherlands, and Germany are getting out of the human shit game, right? Funny how that works out, protecting their own in their own countries. So anyway, yeah. So you'll find a lot of lists over there. I compiled them the best that I could, but sometimes you just got to go with what you got to go with, right? So for this segment, let's talk about the group that so-called monitors things is called FoodNet. And FoodNet, there was an interesting thing because remember, Cyclospora is increasing in the United States, right? So that means that, well, you would think there would be more interest in studying it, right? But there really hasn't been. In 1999, Cyclospora became a nationally notifiable disease in the United States. That means departments began routinely reporting cases to the CDC as outbreaks could be tracked and blah, blah, blah. In 2013, a large multi-state outbreak was linked to imported salad mix from Mexico. And that brought cyclospora contamination on fresh produce into the picture. Between 2018 and 2021, the FDA expanded its cyclospora research. But then what they did was, then on July the 1st, 2005, Food Network changed its surveillance policy. With all these things going on in the past, an increase and everything else, Cyclospora began the CDC-led FoodNet active surveillance program. So in 2026, one of the largest cyclospora outbreaks on records occurred, but yet they're cutting back on a bunch of different things. And this has nothing to do with that budget cutback that everybody's screaming about, because right now people are running around yelling like, it's JFK, RFK Jr.'s fault, it's Trump's fault. Well, I think this is kind of a historical problem. I think we're in a major kill box here, and this thing has been going on for a while. So it's because even though cases had been increasing for years, FDA had increased research efforts, but then they stopped this surveillance program. So that becomes very kind of suspicious, right? Well, if you're having all these outbreaks, why are you cutting back? So anyway, so that's going on with that. And really, it all started with that smallpox, right? That tiny little shot over there. And I'm going to put this on hold so I can get the screen better positioned. Okay, this is a very interesting piece right here about that smallpox thing. Let me see here. Okay. There was an October 2017 New England Journal of Medicine journal, and the article disclosed that the virus used for the smallpox vaccine is not cowpox after all, but a lab-created virus of unknown origin. And also, there's only one place that has the actual smallpox virus. So if you're thinking about joining the science field and becoming a scientist yourself, well, you have to narrow your research down, because the only place that has the virus you can work with is actually at who are you going to call? So the World Health Organization has the only known viruses. It kind of makes it a little bit more suspect to me, but hey, whatever. So anyway, so that's a pretty big deal that in 2017 they said, it's not really that after all, but a lab-created virus. Now, this is very fascinating, because it's my assertion that the Cyclospora is lab. And I came to that conclusion after going through a lot of data. I about read myself blind over all this, and I can't come to any other conclusion. So let me read from this piece. The virus that is used to immunize against smallpox, but we know that it really didn't start to immunize against smallpox. They thought it might, right? So the virus that is used to immunize against smallpox, now referred to as vaccinia, differs from cowpox virus. The true origin of vaccinia virus is unknown, and it is usually described as a laboratory virus without a known natural host. Well, right there it says it all, right? It's kind of like when people keep insisting that they were using all nuclear on Japan. I think people need to learn how to read a little bit better, because if you read anything about Japan and the war, and I have circled around that dumpster fire for years, it always describes it as firebombing. You don't read them saying nuclear. It says firebombing, because firebombing is the truth, right? So here again, the true origin of the virus is unknown, and it is usually described as a laboratory virus without a known natural host. And the Cyclospora, which makes it interesting, is it goes the host to the human. But anyways, let me, excuse me. Records show that smallpox vaccination caused subsequent outbreaks, and more people died in the 20 years following laws mandating smallpox vaccine than in the 20 years prior. The first ever study using government data on the use of the smallpox vaccine between the vaccinated and unvaccinated in 1889 showed the severity of smallpox as a disease that had not been mitigated by vaccination, and found the vaccine to be useless and dangerous. Well, they were onto something then, weren't they? You need to relax your mind about some of this anti-vaxxing. Are people going to hate you if you say you don't like vaccines? Yeah, maybe. But you have to face your own truth, right? To run around screaming this vaccine is bad, but oh no, the other ones are okay. I don't know. I like to be clear in my dealing, and I am 100% that I don't believe that any of them were created for any good. But that's just my view. And maybe after today, you might share my view, but we'll see. So anyway, so let me keep reading here. Where was I? So the first study, vaccinated, unvaccinated, 1889. History shows that viruses are not easily transmitted to humans with strong immune systems, and especially when originating from another species, be it swine, bird, snake, bat, or dog. The species barrier remains intact, but synthesized viruses incorporate into the genome directly, especially if injected via a vaccine. For all the hoopla generated by the deadly H5N1 avian flu virus, estimates show it killed 24 people in Hong Kong in 1997, and only about 400 people worldwide. Ebola fizzled in June of 2016 after the WHO declared the year-long outbreak in Liberia ended, and Zika's association to microcephalia never happened, despite attempts by the Centers for Disease Control to make it so. But all that is old news and questionable statistics. Every few years, there is a warning of a new lethal virus that threatens to be the next epidemic. Every 100 years, the threat is marketed as a pandemic. Note the 1720 plague, the 1820 cholera, and the 1920 Spanish flu, and the 2020 coronavirus pandemic. Could this pattern illustrate the ongoing effort to re-engineer humanity? I would probably say so, right? So let me take a look here at the smallpox. And I'm reading from this article still. The official history of smallpox. The legend of smallpox and its eradication, as told by most textbooks and virtually the whole medical establishment, goes something like this. From the 16th century, Europe was ravaged by periodic epidemics of smallpox, variola major, a disease that caused pustules to erupt all over the skin, and very often, in approximately a fifth of the cases, led to death. Those who survived were often scarred for life, pockmarked. Early attempts to combat it through variolation, i.e., inoculation of healthy adults with pus from infected individuals, proved ineffective, while those who survived this treatment were immune. The practice also served to keep the disease alive and circulating in the population. Then in 1796, the heroic Dr. Edward Jenner made the crucial discovery. Anecdotal evidence suggested that milkmaids did not contract smallpox, and Dr. Jenner surmised that contact with cattle had exposed them to cowpox, a disease that was much milder in humans. He therefore experimented with inoculating children with cowpox, and when he later exposed the same to smallpox through variolation, they proved to be immune. The medical establishment, in the form of the Royal Society, dismissed the good Dr. Jenner, but nothing daunted him. He proceeded to promote his new treatment of vaccination and quickly received support from enlightened doctors and statesmen who sponsored his scheme. Thousands were vaccinated in Great Britain within a couple of years, and the treatment spread to other European countries. Childhood vaccination was made mandatory in the enlightened despots of Bavaria in 1807, Prussia in 1835, Denmark in 1810, and Sweden in 1814 in short order, and promoted everywhere else, if not exactly imposed. Eventually, the English too would impose mandatory vaccination in spite of early opposition from people such as the farmer, journalist, and all-around Chad to William Cobert. The earliest compulsory vaccination laws were not pioneered by democratic republics. They first appeared in several European monarchies and centralized states in the early 1800s, and I've already gone through all this with Bavaria. And that was about, Bavaria was one of the first ones. So these people, there were different royal families that were involved, and it's a little bit more than I want to get into today. I have their whole lineage down below. So Bavaria was not Habsburg territory. And there are other groups called the Wittelsburg and the Hosensens of Prussia. I'm not going to get into all this royal lineage. I have it down below. Basically, they all in the end merged together, start intermarried, and now they're spread out all over Europe, the ones that are remaining. So, and those monarchies, the Bavarian ones, interestingly enough, they all ended after World War I, same time as the Romanovs and the other ones did. So around 1918, for some unknown reason, these kingdoms and dynasties all seem to go away. Well, because they probably had bigger plots in mind, right? So anyhow, so let me see here. They have to have a disease to get a vaccination going. Now, scientists make predictions based on surveillance, patterns, and known risks. So that's the plan now. What they do is they go out and they look at different things and think, is somebody going to get this? well, we better come up with a cure. So yeah, they have a whole list of them: the influenza, the pandemic preparedness, disease X. The World Health Organization has used the term disease X since 2018 as a placeholder for an unknown pathogen that could cause a future epidemic. It wasn't a prediction of a specific virus, but rather an acknowledgement that an unknown one would eventually emerge. Oh, watch out. I think we've had enough what's going on now. So can we take any more? We got X in the wings. So anyways, so yeah, it's, they say based on what we know, this family of viruses or this type of pathogen poses a significant future risk. Let's prepare now. Sometimes they're right. Sometimes the predicted threat never becomes widespread. That's similar to forecasting hurricanes. Meteorologists prepare for storms that may or may not hit. Well, I don't know. All this preparedness, it really, I have to insert my own personal feelings because I've been kind of wound up about this. This is the idea of spreading human feces on the crops, and what this looks for the future does not look very good, right? It looks pretty grim, if you ask me, for people in society. Now, I have little to be concerned about because I will be leaving the game board fairly certain, but I gotta tell you, this has me going, okay? This has me going big time because I see a horrible road ahead. Absolutely horrible, because once they get food crops poisoned with all kinds of human feces and stuff, that spills into the water, and then there you go. Pretty soon there's no water to drink. So this is, I don't know. It has me really going, and I'm not the kind of person that really gets going over stuff like this, but just the global impact of this global kill box, and they're using human feces to spread it. It's just something about it that's still rattling around in my brain. So yeah, and after looking at all these diseases, I would have a very hard time saying that any of them were anything but cooked up in a lab. That's how they looked for years. It looks to me like they were all cooked up in a lab, but I'm not going to make any blanket statements right now. I'll let you decide for yourself. Remember, I've never once gone on air and said, well, you shouldn't take this vaccine. I've always tried to just communicate what's going on, and you make that decision, right? So from my lips to your ears, this is my biggest concern, is this deal, because it's a way to pollute every bit of food and water that society relies on to survive. And to me, it's a pretty huge deal, right? I could think of, yeah, they're probably going to use fires because they like that fire and brimstone stuff because they've written about it so much in their Bible. But this getting rid of the population by literally poisoning the food and water supply is really something out of, well, I don't know, a science fiction novel, right? So anyway, so let me keep reading here. Um, uh, Big predicted threats that never became global pandemics. Yeah, the bird flu, I already talked about that. SARS. See, the first SARS spread to dozens of countries in 2002 to 2003 and alarmed the world. Aggressive public health measures contained it before it became a lasting pandemic. And today, SARS-CoV is considered a successfully contained story. See how that works out? So they kind of retired this SARS for what's going on now. And there was another one called MERS, M-E-R-S, 2012 to the present. MERS has a high fatality rate and continues to appear sporadically. Fortunately, it has never become highly transmittable between people, so it has remained largely largely confined to the Middle East, with occasional outbreaks elsewhere. Also, I would consider MERS to be suspect. And then the H7N9 bird flu. Around 2013 to 2017, they worried that the influenza experts, because of its severity, it caused serious illness but never developed into a global human pandemic. And then, of course, COVID-19, and then they thought, hot damn, we're just going to poison the earth and the water. No, I'm just kidding. I just added that part. But yeah, that's the reality, right? They've been trying to use these vaccines, And each time it appears pretty successful, right? I mean, they knocked off 40 million people right there in sub-Saharan Africa, right? That's a lot of people. That's a lot of people, a lot of black people, if I may be so blunt as to speak here. So yeah, before COVID-19, much of the world's pandemic preparation was built around the assumption that the next pandemic would likely be influenza, not a coronavirus. So several major events shaped that preparedness. We had the 1918 to 1920 Spanish flu. That killed an estimated 50 million people worldwide. It remained the model for pandemic planning for decades. And here again, I don't think the shots got them. I think what got them was heavy doses of Bayer aspirin. So then there was the 1957 avian flu called the H2N2. It reinforced the need for international influenza surveillance. Every one of these steps brings another process in place is how it works, right? Then the 1968 Hong Kong flu. It led to continued work on influenza vaccines and surveillance. Then in 1997, the H5N1 avian influenza. They like these flus, right? And they all kind of have the same symptoms. If you notice, what they described as far as smallpox kind of sounds like the thing going on now, right? Carried by viruses, drops, people. So, literally what's happened is a lot of these things have just been simply reworked. Reworked until they work, I guess is how you'd say it, right? So let me see here. I left off at the Hong Kong flu. So many diseases. 1997, H5N1, avian. Governments began investing heavily in influenza. Okay, so now we're cooking in 1997. And then 2002 to 2003, the first SARS showed that coronaviruses could cause serious international outbreaks. It prompted improvements in outbreak response, but did not replace influenza as the primary planning model. 2005, international health regulations. Countries agreed to strengthen surveillance and reporting of outbreaks after SARS. So SARS had quite a big impact here. 2009, H1N1 influenza pandemic triggered extensive pandemic planning. Governments updated stockpiles, vaccine manufacturing plans, emergency operation, and surveillance systems. WHO adopted the pandemic influenza preparation framework in 2011. So we're on a roll here, aren't we now? Then COVID-19, or the time that demon arrived, right? What was the demon's going to come and take you away from that Hebrew word? COVID-19 arrived when SARS-CoV-2, remember the first SARS got the ball rolling, right? Now we're really starting to pitch that ball down the hill. So when SARS-CoV-2 emerged in 2019, many existing systems were adapted because they had been designed for influenza. Wasn't that lucky? These included laboratory surveillance networks, emergency response plans, vaccine distribution planning, hospital surge planning, influenza centennial surveillance, stockpile systems. And who are you going to call notes that many COVID-19 response systems were built upon influenza preparedness infrastructure. But the pandemic also demonstrated that planning needed to expand beyond influenza to include other respiratory viruses. Always something nasty in the hills, isn't it? So yeah, because I did some breakdown of some of these things, like the swine flu in 2009. Before it emerged, it was not the influenza strain receiving the most attention. Maybe the name caught everybody's attention, right? When I heard it was a swine flu, it spread worldwide within months and became the first influenza pandemic of the 21st century, although it turned out to be less deadly than many had feared, or many had hoped for, right? The Zika virus, before the large outbreak in the Americas, 2015 to 16, Zika was considered a relatively obscure virus. And you're noticing these are all viruses, right? Viruses that they want to treat with antibiotics. Well, I'm not so sure that's the right path. But anyway, so the discovery that it could cause severe birth defects dramatically changed the public health significance. So now they're threatening, well, the Zika virus is going to cause birth defects. Now remember, these are the same people that started out injecting smallpox shots into tiny little infants, right? So now their concern is obviously switched. So they said, well, it could cause severe birth defects, and that really changed its public health significance. It says, one lesson many infectious disease historians point out is that experts often spend years preparing for the usual suspect, while the next major event comes from somewhere adjacent. So they say the early 2000s and 2010s saw intense concern about avian flu. Instead, the next pandemic came from the coronavirus, which was a SARS-CoV-2. So yeah, sometimes if you guess for enough disasters and enough hell to fire down on people, eventually things are going to happen, right? Eventually more people will die and your wishes will come true. So you put enough injections in people's arms and yeah, eventually a lot of them are going to be killed, right? So okay, so anyway, so yeah, I have lists of what these things are, like COVID-19, a virus, the flu is a virus, HIV/AIDS is a virus, smallpox is a virus, or whatever we know of smallpox, right? Polio is a virus, measles another virus, mumps is a virus, rubella is a virus, literally shingles is a virus, rabies is a virus. Rabies, remember how they got rabies? Hepatitis A, hepatitis B, hepatitis C, norovirus, rotavirus, Ebola, Marburg, Mpox, which is formerly monkeypox, yellow fever, dengue, Zika, the West Nile, getting bit by those mosquitoes, and respiratory virus or RSV. Those are all caused by viruses, right? Well, we have viruses and we have bacterium. Bacterium is a tiny living organism. Many bacteria live harmlessly in the air, soil, water, plants, and our bodies. Some are beneficial, while others can actually cause disease. And here again, a lot of these things are also caused by the bacterium, right? Cholera, typhoid fever, tuberculosis, plague, tetanus, Lyme disease. Lyme disease, 100% Lyme disease came from a lab, and I'll have more about that later. But these are all called bacteriums, right? Then we have the parasitic diseases, or the protozoas, and that's where Cyclospora fits. It's actually a little parasite. But here's the part that I started getting suspicious of because it's a very, very simple parasite, okay? So simple that even I could figure it out, right? And these scientists still today are still completely stumped by the whole thing. So Cyclospora fits into the parasite, okay, called a protozoan, Protozoan. Malaria is also a parasite. Giardia is a parasite. And toxoplasmia is a parasite. And some of these things, like Giardia, I had a dog that had Giardia, and I'll get into that in a bit here. The only way I could treat the dog was with antibiotics. So some parasites, I believe, may work with antibiotics, but I'm not saying that antibiotics are a good thing. But viruses, everybody knew that viruses can't be treated with antibiotics and stuff, but that's what they're pushing these days. But anyway, so that's basically how all that lays out. So let me put this on hold for a second, get over to my next page here. Okay, so now that we've had our little science class, let's talk about Cyclospora. It is unusual because it has resisted the kind of routine laboratory culture that scientists have developed for many of these organisms. One thing surprised me, compared with many other disease-causing organisms, the amount of Cyclospora research appears remarkably limited. And when I get to the story about these researchers in a bit here, you'll see how insane the whole trajectory became from that one guy over in New Guinea that I had trouble tracking to how these papers, all this stuff happened with the scientists and stuff. So I don't know. They say that it's unusually difficult to study. And then they also claim because funding went elsewhere. And I don't know. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me because the trajectory has been, ever since they identified it in the late 1990s, 1999 or something like that, it's eluded people, right? I mean, just completely eluded people. And each cycle, it gets worse. But yet the funding, the looking at it, all that stuff has gotten less. So if explosive diarrhea disease was considered important enough for military medicine, public health agencies, and researchers to study for decades, why does Cyclospora seem to have attracted comparatively little research? And why are there still so many unanswered questions? And I'll be talking about how they do predictive programming, okay? There's a woman named Annie Jacobson. Annie Jacobson is like one of their insiders, okay? And she covers a variety of topics. And interestingly enough, she just came out with a new book. And her new book is called Biological War, a Scenario, which is scheduled for release late 2026. It just came out. And so I believe that Annie Jacobson is using this book, Biological War, as predictive programming to tell us what they're planning about as far as this stuff. And I have a lot of issues with Annie Jacobson. I looked into her years ago, and what I discovered was that right off the bat, I was watching an interview with her, and somebody asked her, well, gee, Annie, how did you get involved in journalism? And she said, well, I was riding in the back of a limo on my way back to boarding school, and I came up with the idea that I'd like to be a journalist. And I thought, well, that puts Annie in a certain position, right? She's on her way back to boarding school in a limo, and she decides to become a journalist. So I thought, well, that's very interesting. So anyway, so it gets more interesting. But let me keep going through her book and what she's saying now, because she's out doing interviews now, and it's fascinating to watch her speak, okay? 100% she's on an inside track, okay? I have no doubt in my mind for even a second. And let me walk you through some of the reasons. Here's what she's talking about in this new book. The basic premise is this: a lab accident, deliberate bioweapon attack, or similar biological events trigger a rapidly spreading global outbreak. Jacobson walks readers through hour by hour and day by day what governments, hospitals, military agencies, and society will likely face. She examines how quickly public infrastructure could become overwhelmed, leading to shortages, civil unrest, and cascading failures of transportation, healthcare, food distribution. She describes it in different categories. Small scale, a few people get sick. For example, contaminated lettuce causes illness in one town or one state. Local doctors and health departments handle it. Medium scale, hundreds or thousands of people get sick across many states. It becomes a national public health investigation involving agencies like the CDC and the FDA. Large scale, that means a disease spreads widely through a country or multiple countries. Hospitals, businesses, schools, and governments are all affected. National security scale, the concern isn't just that people are getting sick. The disease could affect the military, government operations, critical infrastructure, the economy, and national defense. That's why intelligence agencies and defense departments become involved alongside public health officials. And her book asks this question: what if there were a lab accident? I mean, it's kind of unreal that her book's coming out like right now, right? So it says, what if there were a lab accident or a biological attack that led to a catastrophic global biological event? Annie helps clear some of this up with her writing. They all seem to be interviewing her. So yeah, I really think it is predictive programming. Let me tell you a little bit about Annie. Annie Jacobson has interviewed many senior figures in the military, intelligence, and national security world. That's a recognizable feature of her work. She has written books on classified programs, nuclear war, Area 51, DARPA, and now biological warfare. She has described attending boarding school and in one interview recounted deciding she wanted to become a journalist while riding in a limousine back to school. And that anecdote suggested to me a privileged upbringing, and I'll get to that in a minute. And her upbringing was indeed very privileged. Oh, wait a second here. What happened there? Wait a second. I'm trying to, I have my audio. Wait a second. I just got to focus here for a second. There we go. I had trouble reading earlier and then I didn't adjust the screen. So I love how these big people that have the big podcasts and shows, they have something that can, hey, fix that. Well, hey's me. So anyway, so let me keep reading here. Okay. So here are some lists of the books that Annie has written. Area 51, an uncensored history of America's top secret military base in 2011. Operation Paperclip, the secret intelligence program that brought Nazi scientists to America, 2014. The Pentagon's Brain, an uncensored history of DARPA, America's top secret military research agency, 2015. Phenomena, the secret history of the U.S. government's investigations into extraterrestrial perception and psychokinetics, 2017. First Platoon, a story of modern war in the age of identity dominance, 2019. She really cranks out the books. Surprise, Kill, Vanish, the secret history of CIA paramilitary armies, operators and assassins, and that was 2019. Nuclear War, a Scenario, 2024. Biological War, a Scenario, 2026. Hot on the shelves right now. Her work has remained focused on classified programs, intelligence, military technology, covert operations, and national security throughout her career. There are several reoccurring criticisms of Annie Jacobson's work. She relies heavily on insiders. Her books are built around interviews with former CIA officers, military commanders, DARPA officials, scientists, and intelligence personnel. Supporters see this as her greatest strength. Critics say it makes her too dependent on the perspectives of the people she's writing about. Some critics think she is too sympathetic to the national security establishment. Oh, she speaks glowingly about them. She talks about, if you listen to some of her interviews, she just pals with these people. Like, yeah, I was interviewing, she's doing some nuclear show. Well, yeah, I was talking away, and the guy who heads up this whole program, the one that killed millions of people, I was over at his house, and he invited me in for coffee. It's really cozy the way she talks with these people. I mean, really cozy. And I will guarantee you, go through that list yourself. Try to set up some interviews yourself. Let me know how it turns out. So, some critics think she is too sympathetic to the national security establishment. I would argue she's likely the arm of the national security establishment. So this criticism appears most strongly with her book Surprise, Kill, and Vanish. Pulitzer Prize-winning biographer Kai Bird argued that the book was psychopathic toward the CIA and criticized what he saw as a casual acceptance of targeted killings and paramilitary operations. He also accused her of factual errors and overly dramatic writings. Others accused her of being too willing to believe dramatic stories. This criticism centers around Area 51. Her discussion of Roswell relied heavily on a single anonymous source. And that's the crazy part. She writes this book about Area 51, and she's obviously going through the real history and stuff, right? And then in the very end of it, she pulls out this deal, and she says, well, it was from a single anonymous source that nobody knows, right? So, kind of this whole idea of pushing this UFO stuff, I just find it amazing, right? Because the source of the UFO stuff is General Curtis LeMay. But anyway, so others accuse her of being too willing to believe dramatic stories, and her discussion of Roswell relied heavily on that single anonymous source. Historian Richard Rhodes called that part of the book error-ridden and argued she was either extraordinarily gullible or journalistically incompetent. Even reviewers who praised most of the book often said the Roswell chapter damaged her credibility. So, yeah, in Area 51, General Curtis LeMay is an important figure. He is not presented as a Roswell source. Rather, he appears by her as one of the senior military leaders involved in the early Cold War and classified aerospace programs. So the controversial Roswell claim in the final chapter is this, and we get back to that crazy stuff. Remember I was talking about this plan to fly around Antarctica with space shuttles and stuff. Well, it's here again. Here's the controversy. What she said in that final chapter, that Stalin supposedly ordered a flying wing aircraft to be built using Nazi designers. The aircraft allegedly carried surgically altered children to resemble aliens. After the crash, Jacobson's anonymous source claimed the wreckage and bodies were secretly examined. According to that source, General Curtis LeMay was among the senior military officials who viewed the recovered material. And even today, you will find people in chat rooms wondering what he was referencing. So that entire account is what generated the controversy. Critics were not objecting to the fact that LeMay was a real historical figure. They were objecting to the fact that the story placing him in that alleged Roswell episode rested primarily on a single anonymous source. So the idea was that Curtis LeMay, the guy that murdered so many people in Japan and stuff, but really all over the world, was the original high-level source. So he allegedly told someone privately. Someone claimed to have heard it in front of him. So yeah, the whole thing gets crazy, and she jumped into that whole craziness, right? So much of Area 51 is a history of the base. I think we've said enough about that. So anyway, let's get to the biological part. So she's saying, one of the most stunning facts I learned was in a Defense Department doctrine, sort of a threat spectrum, and it defines nuclear weapons as the most destructive. And pay attention to this. This is from Andy herself, right? And it defines biological weapons as the greatest overall threat. And here's the thing. They always want you to think, oh, look how smart they are. They got all these tools, all these weapons. When really what they have is the ability to spread human feces or shit on the ground, right? That is a capability we're talking about here. And that is likely what is going to take the rest of the game board down. Well, unless they get stopped, right? But so yeah, there's always this threat. Oh, it's going to be nuclear. It's going to be all this. It's going to be when in the end, what they're really talking about is this bio stuff, right? So let me continue with her quote. and it defines biological weapons as the greatest overall threat. And that has to do with this incredibly low barrier for entry. Unlike nuclear weapons, which are controlled, first of all, I'm reading her words here, they're very hard to access because you have to have file material. You have to have weapon systems for delivery. And they're controlled by a nation state's nuclear command and controlled, she goes on to say, biological weapons, I learned, particularly now with AI systems in play, can be made in a basement by sort of a high school student, if you will, with a very low knowledge of biology. That is terrifying. So yeah, I'll keep reading here. These BSL labs that are all around the world, many of us learned about some of these types of labs with COVID and the leak of the CO virus. But tell us about the danger. So she says there are 3,500 BSL-3 labs around the world in places, where wars are going on. You can work on plague and anthrax, viruses, BSL Labs 3, 90% of those labs do not have safety standards. Well, that's reassuring, right? And she goes on, an astonishing fact, BSL-4 labs, that's like the CDC lab in Atlanta, the Defense Department, this is very confusing to follow, but her language is a little bit screwy, but I have to keep reading her words. So there are now 17 in the United States and 110 around the world. So yeah, the proliferation of those labs is just crazy, right? And she says, well, there's lots of different euphemisms for genetic engineering in this world. There's dual use research of concern. Everyone knows about dual use. You can use a kitchen knife to make your dinner or to kill someone. So then there's this idea of gain of function, which is exactly like it sounds. You genetically modify a pathogen to give it more function, be it virulence, be it transmissibility, or to defeat a countermeasure. This is often done in the name of science and in the name of medical countermeasures, looking for vaccines, looking for antibiotics to defeat a biological weapon in the event of an attack or incident. But interviewing presidential advisors as I did, there's another side of the equation. People like Andy Weber, who was Obama's top biological weapons advisor, will tell you gain of function is a euphemism for biological weapons engineering. Pretty crazy, huh? So the Obama guy said the gain of function is a euphemism for biological weapons engineering. And he is not alone, right? And of course, we learned quite a bit about that term after the leak of COVID from the Wuhan lab. And here she's making a statement, right? We learned quite a bit about that term after the leak of the COVID from the Wuhan lab. But what from the COVID experience did you see in terms of the breakdown of the U.S. health? Oh, that she's being asked that question. Okay, so they asked her, "Well, what did you see about this?" And she says, "Well, let's talk about some of the moves that Trump administration has made. RFK Jr. installed as HHS secretary. There has been something like 25% of the CDC workforce which has been cut. We've withdrawn from the World Health Organization. Are you concerned that you see those cuts that could further degrade our readiness? I'm concerned because of the narrative. I'm concerned the actions, of course, and those really need. I do write about politics. I try. Well, in essence, I hate to be a dramatist here, but the rest of us die miserable deaths of some kind of horrible pathogen." So then she goes on to say, the program is even spookier than you would think. I think it's called devolution, or devolution, depends on how you pronounce it. I was taken, through the details by Craig, who was Obama's former FEMA director and who signed off on the sort of last monogram about this program, which is classified. The name devolution is not classified, and that's why we can learn a little bit about it from him. So she goes on to talk about that, and she says, one of the most stunning things about really looking at a biological attack or incident was that the real fear of the Defense Department and its partners, HHS, FEMA and DHS, the fear of the secondary effects, the fear of infection. They said, fear of infection is what will likely lead to anarchy and insurrection. And we all know what that's like. There's this visceral sense of, getting a disease. And of course, everyone's thinking, I have to make sure I don't catch this. And that's where you have insurrections come in. And so what precisely triggers the level of, they call it COGCON. And so, yeah, she's talking about insurrections. I think they want to push for people to kill each other instead of them bothering, right? So, and this is a part during this conversation that she says this. She goes, I am an old school journalist trained that way. So I stay out of tribal politics. I think it's really important. And I about roll over dead at that comment, right? She is a old school journalist who comes up with that Area 51 book with only one unknown source about the aliens, right? So they're really pushing that alien thing. But anyway, so she says her sources suggested the next topic. She says many of those sources work in the national security. She has long-standing access to senior officials. So yeah, I think she's giving us a look into what they're planning. So there was a 2025 global mapping study, and it identified 110, they're called BSLs or biosafety level labs in 34 countries worldwide, including 17 in the United States. The study also identified 3,515 BSL-3 laboratories in 149 countries. So she also starts talking in this interview about people going into bunkers. So in the same interview, she spends much of the conversation discussing near extinction events, classified plans, biological war, and she also talks about these bunkers, right? And she says, well, we really can't talk much about that, but, I've heard. So she says what repeatedly appeared in defense materials was that the greatest concern was the secondary effects, fear itself leading to societal breakdown. And then she goes on to say she had just attended a DARPA biology, science, and technology study group where discussions included AI and biology together and the idea of pulling the plug. And then she's talking about airborne pathogens, and then she pivots to COVID, saying airborne pathogens are the greatest fear within the biological community, and criticizing the earlier messages from WHO and CDC. So, yeah. And at the close of the interview, the statement is that nuclear war only ends in total apoplectic annihilation. So I think she brought up this bunker deal for a trick, right? Because she's talking about the secret deal, and you'll have to go listen to her. I'm only absorbed so much of this woman. So anyways, she's talking about this secret deal. They're building these bunkers and stuff for this class of people or whatever. I think that's a trick because likely they probably are telling people, hey, stick with us. We're on Team Satan. We got you a place in the bunker. They're probably telling everybody that. Hey, don't worry about anybody coming after you later. You got a place in the bunker. So yeah, I think that what she's saying and what she's trying to transmit is that that's likely their trick, right? Now, she's not calling it a trick. I'm the one calling it a trick because they got to have some hook to keep these people going along with their big plans, right? And I think the bunker may be it. So anyway, so that was Annie. And I think that was predictive programming in real time, right? So, she's talking about a biological thing. She's saying, it's going to happen, right? And now we got this stuff being spread all over the earth, right? So, anyhow, so I have a lot more information here, and I will patent. Let me see here if I can cover this now before I close off. Yeah, they're also, let me cover this patent. There's an old patent running around, and it has to do with HIV and Lyme disease. Lyme disease, I would have to say with certainty, and like I said, I'm not the authority here. You have to decide for yourself. There's a lot of things about Lyme disease which are really, really suspect, okay? So, how this works with Cyclospora? Well, the other parasites also infect animals, which is Giardia. That infects humans, dogs, cats. So there's a lot of commonality here. But they claim that Cyclospora is different, and current evidence indicate that humans are the primarily known host that sheds Cyclospora, capable of continuing the life cycle. Research have looked for animal reservoirs for years, but no animal has been shown to play the same established role that mice do for Lyme disease or cattle do for some other parasites. There are other Cyclospora species found in monkeys, rodents, reptiles, and other animals, but they are generally different species. So that means that Cyclospora is unusual because humans become infected. Humans shed those oocysts, OOCYSTS. Those oocysts mature in the environment. Another human being becomes infected. So, yeah, there is no confirmed natural animal reservoir like they have mice for Lyme disease. They have deer help maintain tick populations. So, yeah. So while it is not the only human parasite, it is one of a relatively small group of parasites in which humans appear to be the principal host maintaining transmission. That human-only feature is one of the reasons Cyclospora research has been more difficult. Researchers cannot simply maintain the organism in common laboratory animals the way you can for other parasites, which limits experimental models and slows progress. There are relatively few parasites where humans are considered the principal or essential host, or the only essential host for maintaining the transmission cycle. Yeah, and I got all these lists below, so, and why is Cyclospora so different, right? So, I don't know. Let me talk a little bit about this lab leak that came out of HIV lab leak. I consider HIV to be extraordinarily suspect, okay? There was a Fort Detrick HIV lab leak theory and that treated AIDS as a result of laboratory biowarfare rather than natural disease emergence. In its strongest form, it alleged both deliberate design and selective demographic targeting. The theory developed during the early years of the AIDS crisis, when fear was high, the cause of the disease was still being established, and public trust in government and medicine was weakened by Cold War secrecy and prior scandals. Fort Detrick was already a powerful symbolic site in American imagination because of its association with biological research. Once HIV was identified in 1983 and linked to AIDS, debate about origin became intense. A startling hypothesis soon circulated that the virus was a product of bioweapons work at Fort Detrick. Scholarly reviews of the myth later noted how rapidly that claim took shape after HIV's discovery and how durable it became in public culture. So the core claim is this, that HIV was engineered in a U.S. military laboratory. The core allegation is that the virus was created or modified at Fort Detrick. The release was either, oh shoot, I'm losing my data here. Okay, the release was either deliberate or accidental. Some versions describe intentional. So several populations were targeted. Remember, HIV in George Bush and Africa, right? The theory often emphasizes Black communities, gay men, prisoners, drug users, or African populations as intended or chosen victims. So, May 20th, 1983, HIV is identified as a virus responsible for AIDS. The identification of a retrovirus associated with AIDS shifts public debate from syndrome description to origin theories. So, July 17th, 1983, the Fort Detrick allegation circulates through a planted narrative. An anonymous text in the Indian paper Patriot becomes a major early vehicle for claims that AIDS was created in a U.S. lab. October 30th, 1985, just 2 years later, Fort Detrick theory expands internationally. Soviet bloc amplification and associated pseudoscience claims helped spread the story across multiple countries and media systems. January 1st, 1987, U.S. officials formally addressed the disinformation problem. Is it a disinformation problem or the truth got out, right? State Department records note that allegations about Fort Detrick have appeared in dozens of languages and countries. So, created at Fort Detrick, a professor at Humboldt University and then East Germany proposed that HIV was engineered at a U.S. military laboratory in Fort Detrick by splicing together two other viruses, the Visna and the HTLV1. According to his theory, the new virus created between 1977 and 1978 was tested on prison inmates who had volunteered for the experiment in exchange for early release. He suggested that it was through these prisoners that the virus was spread to the population at large. Well, I don't know. I have the links down below. It's called the Discredited HIV/AIDS Origins Theory. There's a Wikipedia page about it. So I'm not like, oh my God, this can't be true. So, yeah, I think the guy's got a problem. He was a professor at this university. So, yeah, and then East Germany. So, yeah, probably because he was in East Germany, they would wash him off. But I've talked about this. I did a show about this years ago. The first known biolab was actually 1906. And that was called the Reims Island Institute, RIEMS, founded on Reims Island in the Baltic Sea near Greifswald, Germany. Originally established, and get this, as the Royal Prussian Institute for Research on Foot and Mouth Disease. It became one of the world's oldest major centers for animal infectious disease research. Today, it's known as the Friedrich-Lupfert Institute. So right after Reims opened in Germany, who came along next? Well, the UK. In 1916, there was Porton Down in the UK. It was established near Salisbury, Wiltshire, England. Originally created during World War I to study chemical warfare. Yeah, right, that sulfur, right? That mustard gas. Later expanded into biological defense research, remains the UK's principal defense science laboratory. I hope none of you live near these places because they're terribly infested with cancers and stuff. But anyway, so Fort Detrick came along in 1943. What's missing here, and I'll have to update this list, is Plum Island snuck in here. But anyway, so maybe I have Plum Island here, but oh yeah, I have it. Never mind. So anyway, so 1916 was the UK. 1943, Fort Detrick, established in Frederick, Maryland during World War II, became the headquarters of the U.S. Biological Warfare Program. After 1969, it shifted primarily to biodefense and infectious disease research. 1949, the Russians get in the game. You always notice the patterns, right? UK, USA, Russia. Say that in your sleep 3 times. UK, USA, Russia. That is the team of eugenicists after the rest of us, right? So Fort Detrick was 1943. Russia comes along in 1949. Secret military biological weapons facilities were established near Schwerizgrad, now called Yekaterinburg in Russia. It became one of the Soviet Union's principal offensive biological weapons research and production sites. In 1979, an accidental anthrax release exposed the existence of that program. Gee, they always kind of have these little accidents, don't they? 1954, that's when Plum Island opened, the Animal Disease Center. And this is also very suspicious, right? Plum Island opened on Plum Island off of Long Island, New York. A lot of islands in that word. It was built to study foreign animal diseases affecting livestock. Well, they do call us cattle now, don't they? So its primary mission was agriculture biosecurity rather than human disease research. Operations later moved to the National Bio-Agro Defense Facility in Manhattan, Kansas. So we have Kansas is where it is right now. Yeah, Kansas, right in the middle where they have all the cows and stuff, right? All that farmland. They moved it from Plum Island, where it was kind of secure, right? Although that Lyme disease did break out there, but yeah, it was more secure than the rest of these places. So they moved it from Plum Island to Kansas, okay? Where all the, Kansas is livestock and all that. So, well, it seems kind of like a crazy place to move it, if you ask me, or intentional, however you want to look at these things, right? So here's the differences. What also makes Cyclospora unusual compared with the other two, and we're talking about the HIV and the Lymes, is that HIV is generally detected in infected people through laboratory testing. Lyme disease can be difficult to diagnose, but researchers understand its vector, the ticks, and the bacterium involved. Cyclospora is often identified after people become sick, while preventing contamination before harvest is much harder because there is no widely used routine field certification test for crops. So, yeah, there's no system to test in any of these crops, okay? And they claim that, well, it's too difficult. We don't have a test. Now, I don't understand how this one tiny, tiny little organism has stumped so many smart people, right? And that's why they always want to say, trust the science. Just blindly trust the science. So yeah, and that's a pretty distinct figure that Cyclospora is often identified after people become sick. And the only way they can trace it is after you become sick. It may have incubated in your system for a couple of days to a couple of weeks. Then you got to remember, what exactly did you eat a couple of weeks ago, right? And then they put out they set up this system that, in my opinion, makes it like impossible, right? So, yeah, because HIV is person to person. Lyme disease is tick to person. Cyclospora is an infected person, feces, the environment, food or water, and that goes to another person. And from a historical perspective, if you were comparing these three simply as research subjects, all have attracted sustained scientific attention, but for different reasons. HIV became because of its global mortality and transmission. Lyme was because of its chronic manifestation, ecology, and diagnostic challenges. Cyclospora because of repeated produce-associated outbreaks and the persistent difficulty of preventing contamination at the agricultural stage. Technically, all three organisms could possibly be studied, manipulated, or engineered in a laboratory. That possibility alone does not indicate they were created in a lab, but technically, according to their own scientists, you could create HIV, Lyme, or Cyclospora in a laboratory. It could, in fact, happen. 100%, that is a scientific fact, okay? Like HIV, modern molecular biology makes it technically possible to manipulate retroviruses in laboratory settings. And then they go on to say, well, the ability to do so is not evidence that HIV originated that way. Yes, I get that point. But the point is, it can be done. It's not like, oh, it's such a big trick. Nobody can figure this thing out. And let's look at Lyme disease. The bacterium can be cultured and genetically manipulated in research laboratories. That means laboratory modification is technically possible. Cyclospora. This one is different. There is no publicly demonstrated routine laboratory culture system for Cyclospora comparable to what exists for many bacteria or viruses. Researchers have struggled to maintain its life cycle in the lab, which has slowed research. So, I don't know. In the mid-1980s, when much about AIDS was still unknown, several alternative explanations for the epidemic were proposed. One of them was a smallpox vaccination hypothesis, which suggested that the World Health Organization's mass smallpox eradication campaign may somehow have contributed to the emergence of AIDS. And yes, I find that highly, highly suspect, right? It wasn't just one or two people talking about. So they're still giving people in Africa smallpox vaccinations. So you think, well, why are they doing that? I thought they said smallpox was done. Well, there's a little trick here to all that, but so they're still giving smallpox in Africa. And some people believe when they went on a big smallpox push in the 80s, that was when AIDS was still unknown, and the possibility is there that what was in that vaccine for smallpox could have triggered AIDS. I don't find any of that like, oh my God, how could that be true? I find it totally plausible, right? You go around, you say, hey, we're going to have this big campaign. We got to eradicate this smallpox stuff. Let's do it here in Africa. Let's eradicate this stuff. You get a whole bunch of people to line up for smallpox vaccine, and then what happens next? You get HIV. I don't know. Color me crazy. Just color me crazy. So yeah. I mean, look at how they got rabies and these other things. They came up with smallpox on a guess. So then could they use that same guess to then go out and affect these people? Well, yeah, it to me, it doesn't take like a huge leap in my mind, okay? So anyway, so that's the deal about HIV. Lyme disease has also generated several competing theories about the origin and spread, although the mainstream view is that it is caused by the bacteria transmitted by ticks. So, Cyclospora has largely been discussed in terms of transmission and outbreak control, not competing theories about whether the organism is self-originating. Yeah, nobody's really bringing that part up. They're actually bringing up very little. So, there is a claim that HIV was created or modified at Fort Detrick in Maryland. It suggested that it either escaped accidentally or was deliberately released. The allegation was widely amplified by Soviet and East German disinformation campaigns in the 1980s. So, I don't know. I looked up the WHO vaccination campaign. It was proposed that the WHO's global smallpox eradication campaign, which was roughly between 1967 and 1977, had unintendedly triggered the AIDS epidemic. So, yeah. Um, so then the oral polio vaccine, it suggested that experimental oral polio vaccinations used in Central Africa during the late 1950s were contaminated with simian immunodeficiency virus, or SIV. So, yeah, there's been a lot of allegations of this. There was a theory about African monkey exposure that proposed HIV crossed from non-human primates into humans. So yeah, all that confusion really sure helped to kill a whole bunch of people now, didn't it? So anyway, so people do claim that HIV was intentionally created to reduce populations or target particular demographic groups. Yeah, I mean, talk about a demographic group. They went after Africa. How many white people do you think they killed in that move? I would say probably those 40 million people were probably most of them were black people, right? Probably in the prime of their life. So yeah. Anyhow, so anyway, so that's that with those controversies. Here was the controversy over moving that lab into Kansas from Plum Island. The language of the resolution proudly touting that 45% of the fed cattle in the United States and 40% of the hogs or pigs produced in the country are in Kansas. Considering that food and mouth disease, which is the primary research being done at Plum Island, is a disease which can spread with devastating swiftness from human to cattle and hogs. Shouldn't we have done our research before picking Kansas? So yes, it's on the record that 45% of the fed cattle in the United States and 40% of the pigs produced are in Kansas. So now I'm obviously not wildly suspicious, but this makes me feel like, well, why Kansas, right? Why move it to where all the livestock is? So anyhow, so uh, there was this there's this guy named Traub, and Traub was a pretty bad. I've already talked about Plum Island, so I'm not going to say much about this, but so um, you'll find the name Traub. Maybe I'll get back to it. Maybe I won't. But anyways, Traub is a pretty key figure here, and he was involved with Plum Island, and he managed the covert Nazi biolab on the island of Reims. Reims Island was a pretty hidden kind of a place. So yeah, people say that Traub was involved in experiments with more than 40 deadly viruses. While some of these experiments occurred at his previous lab on Reims there in Germany, his knowledge and techniques would have influenced his later work on Plum Island. Well, that's a pretty interesting connection, right? It says in the 1950s, the lab was run by a German scientist named Erich Traub, Traub, who was brought to America after World War II. Police were called to Plum Island in January of 2010. A mutilated human body had been found by workers on the island. The official police report described very elongated fingers. The body had no identification. Moreover, 5 symmetrical holes had been drilled into its skull. Erich Traub was a German virologist who worked at the Animal Disease Laboratory on Reims Island during the Nazi era. After World War II, Traub had contact with U.S. programs and later served as a consultant associated with Plum Island. Reims and Plum Island both focus primarily on animal diseases, especially foot and mouth disease, because those diseases have enormous agriculture and economic consequences. So yeah, that's why they say they were studying it there. So it's pretty curious that they move the operation right to where most of the cows and stuff are in this country. It further backs up my point that this is, in fact, a global kill box they have going on, right? They got us going in all kinds of errors. So, anyways, yeah, I'm gonna keep scrolling along here. So, uh, yeah, so all these things kind of converge. Let me put this on hold. I'm going to actually take a break here and I'll be back on the other side. Just so you know, I'm recording this in segments over a few days. So when I say back on the other side, I may mean back in a day or two after I get some rest. So just hang on there. I'll be back and we'll be soon getting to the interesting part where all this got started and where these people all disappeared. I had a hard time finding them all. So,
Mr. President, Mrs. Bush, thank you for your time. Let me start by saying congratulations. This is a beautiful place, and congratulations also on being your grandparents.
Thank you very much.
She's a beautiful child.
Interesting time in the life, right?
It really is.
I want to spend most of our time on the lessons we will learn when we visit this place over the years and why you did what you did here. But I just want to ask you, sir, the investigation is ongoing. I don't want to get into the details, but just as the man who was commander-in-chief on 9/11, what went through your mind when you heard explosions at the finish line of the Boston Marathon?
Yeah. I was reminded that evil exists and that there are people in the world who are willing to kill innocent people to advance a cause. I don't know what this cause is, but we'll find out. During the same week, in a town close to us at Crawford, a plant exploded. And both incidents remind me of how fragile life can be for some. And both incidents, made us weep, knowing that somebody was hurting a lot.
well, hello there again. In this file, I'm going to be covering a couple of things first, and then we'll get to the hunt for Ashford, that elusive researcher from Papua New Guinea. You know, the dude who found the Cyclospora, he was very, very hard to keep track of, so I'll get to that in a second. Right now, there's a huge border incident going on with Spain and Morocco, my favorite fez hat country. Spain has been a soft spot for EU entry for a long time now. No language needed. All you have to do is get through Spain and then you're on board with the rest of the EU. So they have had that little tiny little bit of well, I don't know if it's a loophole, but I would say it is. Everybody seems to know, get to Spain. The sad part is this: many young men from parts of sub-Sahara Africa see migration as one of their few opportunities after years of poverty, instability, or other things going on in their countries. Leaving wealthy countries with lots of resources for everyone but the local population. They're keeping the Congo in terror right now, and they've been doing it for years. That helps the robbery to keep going on now. Paul Kagame and Barack Obama, the black men who turned on their own so they could live a life of luxury and freedom, while the poor men being raised up in that conditions have to flee horrific conditions to make it that far. These kids are miracles they even made it as far as Spain over that rough terrain they had to travel. That is the legacy of Paul Kagame and Barack Obama. Let's keep these things straight. Also, it's always interesting what is left off of these things, right? I found the most fascinating, and I would have to say this speaks to this entire deal. Who is not doing the sludge or the biosolids? Yeah, in the whole world, who is rejecting it? You'll never guess. Are the countries mainly white? Well, yes, they are. Are the countries, name me countries that I have mentioned time and time again? You know, like my friends over there in Brussels in that area, Germany, the Netherlands, and the Switzerland? Yeah, you'd never want to guess this. Guess what's going on? They have been refusing to spread human feces on their soil for agriculture. Now, isn't that fascinating? Let me go through down the list here. 1995, the Netherlands, they end agriculture application of human feces on their crops. 2003, the Switzerland, The people that are holding all the dough up there, you know, the Bank of International Settlements, or BIS, up there in Switzerland, well, they have banned agriculture use as of 2003. Brussels, Flanders, Slovakia, and several Austrian regions prohibit or largely abandon it for agriculture use. Isn't that fascinating? So from 2010 to 2020, some of my favorite countries of all have abandoned spreading human feces on their crops. Isn't that fascinating? And then, of course, we have Germany, another country near and dear to my heart. As of Germany is now requiring large wastewater treatment plants to recover phosphorus from sewage sludge rather than relying on traditional land application. So Germany is planning on banning it completely as of 2032. Isn't that just interesting? And how did this all get started? Well, in 1986, the EU had a sewage sludge directive, and it was written with the goal of encouraging the beneficial use of sewage sludge in agriculture under regulated conditions. 4 decades later, several European jurisdictions have moved in the opposite direction by either prohibiting land application or investing in alternative management strategies. Now, isn't that fascinating? And here's another really interesting part of this. The most interesting observation is that several of these countries have cited concerns about contaminants, including heavy metals, persistent organic pollutants, the PFAS, pharmaceuticals, and microplastics as reasons for moving away from agriculture application. So, what happens is this. When you introduce all the other things, those PFAS and all that, and the pharmaceuticals, well, the accumulation is what gets you, right? They put it on the ground, every crop, every year, multiple times, and pretty soon, heavy metals such as cadmium, lead, and mercury do not degrade. They can accumulate in soil over decades if inputs exceed what is removed by crops or other processes. The PFAS, or the forever chemicals, are highly persistent. Some PFAS can remain in soil for many years, move into groundwater, or be taken up by certain crops. Microplastics can accumulate in agricultural soils because they degrade very slowly. Researchers are still studying their long-term effects on soil ecosystems and crop production. I think you better hop to a little bit there. Some pharmaceuticals and personal care chemicals break down relatively quickly, but many of them do persist in the environment for a very long time. So I found this to be the most fascinating thing on earth. All these little white countries, and they have already put these bans into place. The one I couldn't find a definite answer on was Malta. Malta is legally permitted to use it, but official government records report zero agriculture use. Malta states sewage sludge has never been applied to agricultural fields. So we have a pretty good list there, right? Malta, where they murdered by car bomb Daphne. I'll never let Malta off the hook for murdering Daphne. And another thing about Malta, they all wear the Malta cross. All the royals, all the big military leaders, they love that Malta cross. Then we have the Netherlands, Switzerland, Brussels, Flanders, Slovakia, and several Austria regions. Just fascinating, right? And Germany's lagging a little bit behind because they got to get with the picture and get rid of it all. So yeah, the 1986 EU Sewage Sludge Directive was written with the goal of encouraging the beneficial use of sewage sludge in agriculture. Well, now we know where it got started, right? Got all those heavy chemicals and stuff in your soil. Yeah. Welcome to the world of extinction, right? I think this is going to be what do they call the terror event that's going to get everybody by surprise. Who would have guessed it was in the soil, right? Well, some of us have guessed. Will the rest of us agree with us? I don't think so. I think most people will still consider it crazy talk, but can't fix it all. So let's take a look at Mexico. People are screaming about Mexico being so horrific. Well, Mexico's always been problematic. I used to go to Mexico and spend a lot of time there. I stopped going in the water in Mexico years before I stopped going to Mexico. I just figured out the sewage coming up on the shore was a little bit much, and I chose to not get in the water. And that was around probably in the 80s. So, yeah, Mexico's always had problems, but that doesn't stop the U.S. from having them do all of our agriculture now, does it? So, as far as wastewater infrastructure and reliable sewage treatment overall, Mexico is generally in worse shape than the United States. Mexico treated roughly 64% of its wastewater in 2022, leaving a substantial portion untreated or inadequately treated. And this has been going back for a while. The first outbreak in Mexico of Cyclospora was in 2013 at Taylor Farms de Mexico. In 2018, the FDA begins implementing its validation produce detection method. So they came up with this method to detect things in produce. Didn't quite go through, but I'll keep reading here. 2023, the FDA trains Mexican government laboratories to perform that method. And then 2026, Taylor Farms in Mexico is again linked through with trace back to Cyclospora outbreak. So they had a 2013 outbreak, and there is no mature FDA food testing program for Cyclospora. 2018, FDA develops a validated laboratory method, but that is really fuzzy what that is, okay? I never could figure that part out. 2023, the FDA teaches Mexican government how to perform that laboratory method. And then in 2026, another outbreak occurs. Well, there's a lot of fuzziness with that training. So after the 2023 FDA training, let me see, what was my question? If any was actually, so what happened was this, I just kind of lost the training in the dust here. They went down and they trained the people in Mexico about this cyclospora. But remember, they don't have any tests for in the fields. So I kind of lost the plot here on why they were even in Mexico training the Mexicans in Guantanamo about how to look for the thing. Because here's the problem with Cyclospora. The incubation period is long. People usually don't get sick for about a week and sometimes up to 2 weeks after exposure. The symptoms are not unique. Watery diarrhea, fatigue, nausea, loss of appetite, abdominal cramping, and weight loss. Hey, welcome to my world. This sounds like sulfur exposure in your home. Gastronomical illnesses. Some people may initially think they have the flu or a stomach bug, although influenza itself typically causes respiratory symptoms rather than prolonged diarrhea. Isn't this charming? I hope you're not eating right now. Laboratory diagnosis can be challenging. This is where it gets fishy, right? A routine stool test won't find Cyclospora, and even targeted testing may miss it if only one specimen is collected. Another issue, the food is often gone. By the time investigators suspect lettuce, cilantro, basil, or other produce items, it has been eaten or discarded. People don't remember what they ate. Remembering a side salad or shredded lettuce on a sandwich from 10 days ago is difficult for most people. Produce moves through a complex supply chain, and this is where it gets interesting. They also move the meat through a complex supply chain. I have other reasons to be suspicious of the meat, but it's interesting the produce also does. It makes it very hard to find a cause when you come up with a complex supply chain. That it makes it hard for anybody to be hit with liability, right? One field may supply several processors who ship to multiple distributors, grocery stores, and restaurants in different states. There is no vaccine. Prevention relies on food safety and sanitation rather than immunization. Washing produce is not a guarantee. Cyclospora, those oscis, can adhere to produce, and ordinary rinsing may not remove all of them. Municipalities, they avoid some of the costs of landfill or incinerating sewage sludge. So this is a way to save money, right? The cities don't have to spend money on the landfill or incinerating the human feces because they can just spread it on the land to put over your crops. Farmers may receive biosolids at low cost or even free compared with some commercial fertilizers. Yeah, get more of it out there. Hey, it's free. Wastewater utilities can describe the material as a recycled resource rather than simply a waste product. So, like, you got to get your head on a swivel here, because I suspect that by the time this is all getting over and taking place, that they will have a million different names for these things, okay? Biosolids will become something really fluffy and nice, like Barbie pancakes or something. So anyways, environmental advocates have argued that recycling nutrients is preferable to disposing of them. I'd like to meet these people. They're actually saying that, well, putting human feces on crops is preferable to disposing them. And also, there's this huge concern. They always get concerned over bills and money when it has to do with something totally revolting, right? Americans pay sewer bills, and part of that money goes toward treating sewage and managing the leftover sludge, or the biosolids. Cities spend roughly $2.5 billion a year handling biosolids. Now remember, I don't have a complete estimate. That's my best guess, okay? Much of the work is contracted to private companies. Here again, get to some shaky territory, right? Everybody's handling this stuff before it's done. So lots of private companies come in to transport, dispose of, or market the biosolids, because disposing of sewer sludge is expensive. It just amazes me what they'll do to spend money, right? A new Ferrari is not off the limits, right? A new multi-billion-dollar mansion or a big, huge yacht, totally within the budget, right? But hey, wait a minute. We don't have money to process the feces. This is just incredible. Just incredible. Living in a psychopathic run society on the outs right now, actually, we have to have a certain humor about all this, right? Just keep laughing and keep not doing anything. I think that should be the method. Hopefully somebody will do something. I don't know. I'm getting rather glum about the whole idea. I think this end is looking pretty clear to me, but hey, what do I know, right? So, looking at the published record, it appears that the human challenge work eventually stopped because they were doing these tests to do human challenges about Cyclospora, and I couldn't find where the test went, and I spent hours trying to figure it out. So it was called a human challenge, okay, in a 2004 study. So given that Cyclospora continues to cause outbreaks and remains difficult to detect and investigate, that long gap is striking and raises questions to me, right? Because as early as 1996, the CDC and associated researchers, they all said an animal model needed to be developed because it would allow scientists to study the organism, immune response, transmission, prevention, and treatment. Hang on a second here. Okay, so 1996, CDC, okay, no animal model. Okay, so in 1996, research were saying an animal model needed to be developed because they have to study the organism, immune response, transmission, and all of that. They called the inability to culture and grow Cyclospora as a major stumbling block. Yeah, I would think so. Then there was a 2004 human challenge study that failed to infect 7 volunteers. What happened afterward is a striking part. I found later papers repeatedly complaining that Cyclospora still had no animal model and no laboratory culture system, but I could not find a clear published explanation saying why another human challenge study was never attempted. A 2022 paper even argued that progress was still being held back by the absence of these models. So let's reel it back here a little bit. When Ashford and them were in Papua New Guinea, so let's reel it back. The World Health Organization, or WHO you're going to call, they established its Papua New Guinea office in August of 1976. The first known human cyclospora case were diagnosed in 1977, in 1978, and then published in 1979. So WHO was already there physically. They were established there immediately before the first recognized cases appeared. I consider that a huge red flag. It's like WHO, the World Health Organization, had some sort of psychic revelation. Hey, we better set up an office in Papua New Guinea. They're going to have some worms growing down there. Then the organism remained poorly understood for years, was repeatedly misidentified, and was not formally named until 1994. And the crucial human challenge work later appears to stop after one failed 7-person study. Then the organism remained poorly understood for years, was repeatedly misidentified, and not formally named until 1994. And the crucial human challenge work later appears to stop after one failed 7-person study. So let's get on the trail of Ashford, the elusive researcher. Ashford appears to have examined the specimens himself in the diagnostic laboratory in Port Moresby. R.W. Ashford, A-S-H-F-O-R-D, was a British peritologist working as a senior lecturer in the Department of Pathology at the University of Papua New Guinea while on secondment from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. The 1979 paper has only one author, R.W. Ashford. It describes 3 patients whose stool contained the unidentified coccidian, but the searchable record does not name another person who independently reviewed or confirmed the slides. Ashford could see that the organism resembled a coccidian, that's C-O-C-C-I-D-I-A-N, but he could not confidently place it on a genus because he could not clearly determine its internal structure. Later, researchers looked back at the photographs in his paper and concluded that the organism was almost certainly what is now called Cyclospora. So here's how it looks. 1979, Ashford publishes his paper describing an undescribed coccidian from Papua New Guinea. Then almost nothing. His paper was largely unnoticed for more than a decade. A National Academies review actually says his report was virtually unnoticed for 10 years. In 1993, researchers in Peru and the United States, a man named Ortega, and I'll come up in a bit here, and his colleagues, they described what they believed was a new human protozoan, apparently unaware of Ashford's 1979 paper. 1993, Ashford actually reads Ortega's paper and realized they had rediscovered the same organism he had reported in Papua New Guinea. 1994, Ortega and his colleagues officially named it Cyclospora and cited Ashford's original work. So, I expected to find a bunch of things, but I didn't. I did not find a lecture by Ashford saying, here's what happened after my discovery. I did not find a conference presentation following up on the finding. I could not find correspondence discussing the new parasite. The WHO, or World Health Organization, historical accounts highlighting his role, could not find a word about it. I looked through the Liverpool archives, at least the online ones, describing the Cyclospora discovery as a major institutional achievement. So here again, from 1979, Ashford publishes the original observation. 1979 to 1993, very little visible follow-up in the published literature. 1993, others rediscover the organism. It also, in 1993, Ashford emerges, which is amazing because he had been like in the dust somewhere for all those years. He emerges immediately when he reads this report in the Lancet, their medical papers. So he immediately responds in 1993, almost like he was sitting there waiting, right? So then 1994, the organism is formally named and Ashford receives credit for the original discovery. So it is weird for him to have been so silent. He didn't sit on any panels in the meantime. So what strikes me isn't just Ashford, it's that there isn't much visible scientific chatter after 1979. Normally, for an apparent new human parasite, you'd expect to see things like, can anyone confirm Ashford's findings? No one said, we examined 500 more stool samples. No one said, we found similar organisms in Australia. No one said, here are follow-up microscopy studies. No one presented at the American Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene. It was not discussed at any WHO meetings or World Health Organization meetings. So instead, what shows up in the literature is almost a jump cut. In 1979, Ashford reports the organism. In the 1980s, there were a few scattered reports of unusual cryptopodium-like, alga-like, or cyanobacterium-like bodies appear in different countries, but they are not clearly linked back to Ashford's discovery. In 1993, multiple groups suddenly converge on the organism, and Ashford reappears with a Lancet letter recognizing that they are describing the same parasite. So I call it the Ashford gap. The Ashford gap may actually be part of a larger communication gap. I'd like to hear the answers to these questions. Who exactly read Ashford's 1979 paper? Who cited his paper between 1979 and 1993? Did anyone correspond with him privately? Did he present his papers at the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine? Did Liverpool circulate the findings internally? Why were later researchers describing the organism under different names instead of saying, this looks like Ashford's coccidian? So, yeah, pretty, I don't know. I just couldn't get over this, right? I kept thinking, well, wait a minute. How does Ashford find it and then just kind of disappear, right? Well, I would have to say that probably that would be how you would plant a lab grown species into the market, right? Cook one up in the lab, say, oh yeah, look what I found. Just drop it, right? See if anybody else comes along and takes a look at what you found. And then years later, you can, oh yeah, it was me that found it. And then you kind of have distanced yourself from people being concerned about, well, why exactly was the World Health Organization, why did they set up an office in Papua New Guinea right within a year of all this stuff taking, right? So within that 77, 78, 79 time frame, a lot of things are packed into that, right? So let me go through this Ashford timeline I came up with. I was on to Ashford. I traced him for so long, I'm actually kind of fuzzy about it. So I came up with the Ashford timeline following the scientific network. 1968 to 1977, Papua New Guinea Institute of Human Biology, Institute of Medical Research. Papua New Guinea becomes a major center for tropical disease research. International collaborations expand involving Australia, Britain, the World Health Organization, and other organizations. Richard W. Ashford, a British parasitologist, is called Secondment, Secondment. I guess it's on leave from the school. So, Richard W. Ashford, a British parasitologist, on secondment from the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. He works as a senior lecturer in pathology at the University of Papua New Guinea. So he was there from 68 to 77. Well, I don't know if he was there, but the research lab was there, okay? So in 77 to 78 was the big discovery. While examining routine stool specimens in the Port Moresby Diagnostic Laboratory, Ashford observes an unusual coccidian parasite in 3 patients. 3 patients, right? They love that number 3. He cannot confidently identify it, but recognizes it as something unusual. Well, I see into the future. This is something kind of unusual, says Ashford to himself. So then 1979 was the first publication. Ashford publishes the first scientific description of the organism. So here again, questions come up in my brain. Who else saw the original slides? Were duplicate slides made? What specimens were preserved? Which laboratories, if any, received copies? Who inside Papua New Guinea knew about the findings? Did the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine become involved? Did WHO or the Australian collaborators receive notification? So many questions. I could find no answers. It just went silent. So, at present, the published literature does not answer those questions. So, from 1979 to 1992, I'm calling that the Ashford Gap. This is the period that now stands out. Ashford remains an active tropical parasitologist. He continues publishing, continues studying intestinal parasites, and remains connected to major international institutions. So based on the published literature that I've reviewed so far, no obvious Cyclospora research program developed around Ashford. Usually they name it after themselves or people gather around it. Nothing happened. Radio silence. No visible stream of follow-up publications appear. Radio silence. No major conference discussions are easily found. No documented chain of custody for the original specimens appears. No clear record explains who followed up the discovery. So meanwhile, scattered reports of similar organisms begin appearing around the world under different names. So early 1993, I called out the rediscovery. Researchers in Peru and the United States, including Yenis Ortega, Charles Sterling, and Robert Gilman, report what they believe is a newly recognized human organism. They appear unaware of Ashford's 1979 publication. Also very weird because when you're in these little groups of people, there's not a million of them, right? How many people do you think are hanging around that area studying these microorganisms? Well, probably not many of them, right? So the rediscovery happened in 1993 in Peru and the United States. Yeah, kind of red flag areas, right? You got the United States in there, right? And the fact that they were unaware of Ashford's 1979 publication, I can't get past that because, like I said, not a big club of people we're working with here, right? And the fact that April of 1993, right on the heels of the rediscovery, Ash just reappears kind of like out of nowhere, right? And immediately recognizes the organism. So instead of writing alone, this is where it gets tricky again. So Ashford recognizes it, right? He publishes a Lancet correspondence and he brings in a couple of his friends. These people just kind of appeared out of nowhere. So we had R.W. Ashford. These other people joined him in this paper, a man named David C. Warhurst from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, and another person named G.D.F. Reid, R-E-I-D. And that to me is a pretty big turning point because it demonstrates that Ashford was obviously still engaged. He knew the paper was published. He leaped right on it, right? And he also connected to other senior tropical medicine researchers. And here again, there can't be that many people studying tropical medicine at that point, right? So then Yidis Ortega in 1993 publishes the landmark paper identifying Cyclospora as a human pathogen, but they didn't do any heat studies yet then. And in 2006, this is interesting, a paper from Ortega's laboratory asked a very specific question. This is a question. They were looking for the effects of temperature and different food matrices on Cyclospora sporulation. So, yeah, I don't know. They were looking into, they measured sporulation, but not infection. That was because they couldn't routinely culture Cyclospora or infect an experimental animal to directly test the visibility. They state that sporulation was used as an indicator of viability. So then, also in 2006, Ortega co-authors a major review. It's called Inactivization of Protozoa Parasites in Food, Water, and Environmental Systems. That review becomes influential because it summarizes the available evidence for Giardia, Cyclosporidium, Cyclospora, and others. So, yeah, and now the FDA seems to know about how to heat Cyclospora when it can't survive. So they're obviously looking into that early on. So, and this is what jumps out to me, and I hope that people will look for themselves. If you search the literature, you do not find dozens of independent laboratories repeating this exact Cyclospora heat experiment over 20 years. Instead, the same Ortega studies are cited repeatedly in later reviews and discussions. That doesn't mean the conclusion is wrong, but it appears that there was the Ortega laboratory experiments, the Ortega review article, and other reviews cite Ortega, and the FDA guidance cites the accepted conclusion. So, yeah, do public health agencies think cooking kills Cyclospora? Yeah, they found that in all this original paperwork, but still, we're still missing the most important part, which is the human studies, right? So, and then also a lot of things that get into this Cyclospora thing. Considering that Cyclospora outbreaks are repeatedly linked to raw produce, it is notable that public-facing guidance provides relatively little detail about validated time and temperature combinations for inactivating Cyclospora on food. Instead, the emphasis has been on avoiding contaminated produce and general statements that thorough cooking kills the parasite. So, climate and weather affecting survival and transport. This is interesting because this is actually where a lot of the current research is focused. not on the parasite changing, but on how weather changes the environment in which it moves. So, several papers were discussing different things. Heavy rain. This is probably the biggest one. If human sewage, septic systems, wastewater, or contaminated soil contains Cyclospora, heavy rainfall can wash them into irrigation canals, carry them into rivers, spread them across fields, contaminate produce before the harvest. So yeah, it's interesting that researchers have been paying much more attention to flooding because it can move contamination over large areas. Now, are they researching this because they want to make sure, yeah, we got to make sure that this floods everywhere. We're here to kill all these people. This is the global world kill box. Yeah. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm just suspicious. But I found that looking into them studying all this business with flooding versus exactly how it got started, or they don't have any way to test it in the fields, but yet they're worried about how flooding is going to spread it all over the place. Well, you got to kind of take pause for a second there, right? So, and researchers usually talk about climate as if it's affecting the parasite itself, because they're saying if extreme rainfall is increasing, then movement of human fecal contamination increases. Well, of course, that doesn't require Cyclospora to evolve at all. It only requires contaminated water to reach crops more often. So, remember that Cyclospora must mature outside the human body. So weather affects two different things. Transport, giving the oocysts from human feces to the crop. Sporulation, allowing these oocysts enough time, moisture, and suitable temperature to become infectious. These are completely different processes. Freshly shed Cyclospora is not infectious. This is one of the most important facts. When an infected person has diarrhea, they shed unsporulated oocysts. Those cannot immediately affect another person. That means direct person-to-person spread is considered unlikely. Then the clock starts. The oocysts have to mature or sporulate in the environment. Researchers have studied this. They found that under favorable laboratory conditions, sporulation generally takes about 7 to 14 days. So what conditions favor sporulation? The studies consistently point to oxygen. They need exposure to air, moderate warmth, moisture, and time. So they found that around 23 to 32 degrees centigrade, sporulation occurs well. 99 degrees Fahrenheit, sporulation can still occur. 122 degrees, greatly reduced. And so, yeah, the higher it goes away, right? So the parasite has a fairly comfortable environmental range rather than requiring extreme conditions. So, why weather matters? Now the climate discussion makes more sense. Imagine this sequence. Day 1, human sewage reaches irrigation water. Day 2 to 10, warm, moist weather allows the oocysts to sporulate. Day 10, irrigation spreads infectious oocytes onto lettuce. Harvest follows. That is a model many researchers have in mind. What they still don't know very well, and this is where the uncertainties begin. Researchers are still debating things like how long sporulated oocysts survive in real farm soil, how long they survive on lettuce leaves under field conditions, what are the effects of UV sunlight, effects of repeated drying and re-wetting, effects of freezing, the minimal infectious dose for humans? Those questions are much harder to answer because Cyclospora cannot be routinely cultured, and there is no standard animal model for infectivity. So, Cyclospora originates in human feces. We know contaminated water is a recognized transmission route. At the same time, modern agriculture in some places uses treated sewer sludge or biosolids on the land. Those facts naturally raise questions for me about whether we're creating unnecessary opportunities for contamination. They've done this before. I'd like to point you to fluoride. Fluoride was added to drinking water and is often sourced from a byproduct of phosphate fertilizer manufacturing. A man named Howard Hodge that I've talked about endlessly. Harold Hodge. Write that name down. Hodge. That monster worked on the Manhattan Project where he studied fluoride toxicity because fluoride components were important in uranium processing. After World War II, Hodge became one of the country's leading experts and advocates for water fluoridation and published extensively on fluoride safety. Hodge also worked for the Atomic Energy Commission after the war, continuing toxicology research. So fluoride is another thing they're using fertilizer contaminants to put into our water. All of this, I don't know, it starts to strike me more and more as a global kill box. But hey, maybe I'm just confused, right? It could be I am just an old, confused woman, right? I'm dying. I can barely speak because this is sulfur sludge in my house has made me almost unrecognizable. Yes, and Howard Hodge also was involved in studying lead. You know, the lead they proceeded to put on paint on walls and stuff that made children have lots of problems. So Howard Hodge being involved in this, he was the Manhattan Project radiation toxicology, uranium, and plutonium research. The famous controversy over lead centers, more on figures like Robert Kehoe, another one, Kehoe. He argued for many years that low levels of lead exposure were acceptable, and whose work was closely tied to the lead and terrestrial lead industries. Kehoe is often discussed in histories of environmental health because of debates over industry influence on lead safety standards. Yeah, so right out of the Manhattan Project, during World War II, Hodge became a leading toxicologist on the Manhattan Project because fluorine compounds were essential to uranium processing. Uranium enrichment relied on uranium hexafluorine, so understanding fluoride toxicity was important for protecting workers and managing industrial hazards. But then after the war, Hodge became one of the country's most influential proponents of community water fluoridation. He wrote and testified that fluoridating drinking water at low concentrations was safe and beneficial for dental health. So, kind of a controversy, if you ask me, that the same scientist who studied fluoride for the Manhattan Project later became a leading public advocate for fluoridation. I talked about this author, Christopher Bryson, in a book called The Fluoride Deception. He argued that this overlap deserves closer scrutiny and suggests the Manhattan Project's industrial fluoride concerns influenced later public policy. So 1940s, Howard Hodge starts the fluoride tech stuff over at the Manhattan Project. 1950s onwards, he's full bore ahead. So this isn't the first time they're putting what I would call a major hit into our kill box, right? So now we got They've been playing with the water by dumping the fluoride into our water. There obviously something's going on with the Cyclospora, right? Well, why can't they find a test for it? Why, oh, why is the big question. And I have looked and looked and looked and looked until the point that I gotta keep moving because I feel like it made me a little bit fuzzy in the head because I kept asking the same question. I would go between different chat bots. I'd say, okay, let me go ask the people over at Yandex to see what they say. Let me go. I don't just stick with one source. I cruise all around and I kept coming up dead. So, yeah, so I'm going to put this on hold. I need to take a break. I should be able to finish this in the next segment or so. It doesn't matter how long it takes me. My goal is to put this all into one file. I really hope that you will go ahead and watch the 2 videos that I have down below. The woman talking about smallpox makes a million interesting points, none of them that I covered, okay? I do not rely on other people's research unless I say that I have relied on that. And I didn't find the information that she's sharing until I was really all the way done with what I was doing. And she shares some very fascinating, simple things like how they got people to get rashes and stuff back then. And then they were able to claim that the rash was this disease or that disease. And essentially what happens is when your body gets full of toxicity, it has to spew it outwards. And so of course you get a rash. So they were able to use that rash for all kinds of things. So I really, if you want to know more, I encourage you to listen to what that woman has to say about smallpox. Because everything she covers are not things, in case you're thinking, oh, I've already heard about all this. No, you haven't. What she is saying is absolutely fascinating. So in the meantime, I am going to put this on hold. I am going to take a break, and I will be back on the other side.
Right there in the middle.
Mr. President, the Iranian government, of course, has changed, and the question to you is there hope that there might be restored some kind of relations with that country? As you know, today, the Iranians sent forth informally an offer for some kind of a deal that if the Americans would help free some Iranians held by the phalangists, that they might help us free some of our prisoners as well, or our hostages. Is there any hope for any change in the near future?
For a change in relationship, I stated the other day what it would take to have improved relationships, and that would be a renunciation of terror. We do not need, we can't have normalized relations with a state that's branded a terrorist state, and secondly, they must facilitate the release of American hostages, and so that is what it would take. And there was a case a while back on where Iran asked for information regarding their hostages, never accused us properly so of holding people hostage or in any way condoning that. We condemn it. And so, and we've supplied them information. But it's going to take a change in behavior. We don't mind name calling. They keep calling us the great Satan. That doesn't bother us. Sticks and stones. Remember the old adage, "I'll hurt your bones." The names don't hurt you, but performance is what we're looking for. And I don't see so far any sign of change. I held out the olive branch at my speech, inauguration speech, and I said, look, we want better relations with Iran. I remember when we had good relations. We like the Iranian people. We have a lot of Iranians living in this country. But we can't, and I said, look, if you want better relations, do what's right. Do what's right by people that are held against their will, and we've seen no movement. I would repeat that offer tonight.
Okay, in this file, I'm going to try to wrap things up, or at least that's my plan. I'll take you on the hunt for Ashford. It's very, very fascinating. And also how the Nazis and the USA were involved with explosive diarrhea early on. At the end of these interviews about Cyclospora, they always ask the person, well, what are you doing about it? Well, I'll ask myself and tell you. You can get antibiotics easily on hand. There's only one kind they're recommending. I would not recommend it. I am not taking it. But you have to do you. if you choose to take the antibiotic or at least have it on hand, if you have like, I don't know, vulnerable people in your place and you think that you got to have it. I struggled with a dog with Giardia, and I know what it's like to all of a sudden have that happen. So you may want to be prepared. I don't trust the antibiotics, but in this case, yeah, it will likely work. I found a pharmacy in Mexico, Tijuana, as a matter of fact. They're very easy to buy online if you just look in Tijuana, but you need to resist any urge to add things to your cart, like, oh, I don't know, tranquilizers or anything like that that might cause red flags. But yeah, antibiotics are not hard to buy online. Right now in the United States, you can buy actually pretty close to fentanyl in gas stations. So just weigh your downsides, right? If you get caught, what's going to happen? Well, just weigh your downsides. I'm staying away from tomatoes, cilantro, and all that. But what I'm doing instead is I have to bake a lot versus cook a lot. I mean, standing at the stove is too difficult for me. So I do bake dishes more than I cook them over the stove. And what I do to my beans and stuff is that I add my salsa to the beans and I bake it in the beans, which gives it the flavor and all that. So I pretty much would have to caution you to think this over very clearly and come up with your own plan. I'm not going to be in the business of giving you any kind of advice further than this. You need to decide, should I have some of these pills on hand just in case? Because if you get caught having to go to a hospital in this country, well, that $10 pack of pills might make a big difference in your budget. So anyhow, so what they're doing right now is they're not testing in the fields. This is all just still guesswork, okay? The agencies continue to rely primarily on epidemiology and traceback evidence rather than a positive food sample. So, investigators interview hundreds and thousands of sick people and ask, well, what'd you eat? Where'd you eat it? How'd you get it? Did you go to a restaurant? And traceback is really all they then try to figure out is, well, where'd the lettuce come from? Did it come from the restaurant? Did it come from the distributor, the processing plant, or the farm? So, Cyclospora investigations often work the exact same way because they claim the parasite is too difficult to detect directly on produce. So investigators still rely heavily on the combination of epidemiology, who became ill after eating what, and traceback, where that food came from, to identify the most likely source. So all in all, I would say, well, no shit jokes intended, right? All in all, I would say this is a crapshoot, right? A real crapshoot, whether you can, well, decide for yourself, okay? I'm not flying into a panic. I've always drank distilled water to begin with, so do with it what you may. I'd like to cover a couple things to your attention. These Fauci hearings that are going on, they claim that he left a diary on a government computer. Really? Who does that, right? So you're plotting away, and while you're at your job, you're on a government computer, and every day you're logging in saying, yeah, today was kind of a tough day, but I made it. I'm a big star. The newspapers love me, and I'm the head of science. Well, I don't believe for a second that it happened that way. It looks more like a humiliation ritual. Did Fauci act angry? Yeah, of course he did. I think he's being paid to be the punching bag. Keep everyone thinking about if COVID was a lab leak. And as long as the focus is there, well, the real lab work is going on around the world. They have those labs, those sneaky BS labs all over the world right now. So if you think directing your attention at Fauci is the way to go, I've got news for you, cupcakes. It's a much bigger picture than that. But what happens when they pull a psyops like this is it focuses your attention, right? Fauci, we hate Fauci. And then the other side can come out and say, oh, we love Fauci. They're being so cruel to Fauci. And you see the whirlwind that causes, the amount of hours and days and times. Here's why I always encourage the truth, because once you know the truth, like, I'm not interested in watching hours and hours of Fauci and hours of somebody on both sides wrangling and yelling about this and that. I got the picture, right? I don't need to have 100 hours of it. So, yeah, it is in fact, a distraction. Hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's really real, right? So, another one I'd like to point your attention to is someone finally cracked the code on that Meghan Markle family deal. I thought that was a psyops for a very long time. The focus is on Meghan Markle, what a lunatic she is, right? Did you see what Meghan was doing today? I can't take it, those royals. How can they put up with Meghan Markle? Well, Meghan Markle, right? flip it on the side, you got 33, right? Meghan Markle, somebody did expose her family. Yeah, that nice father that everybody feels so sorry for. They're all in on the plot, and I'll put that link down below. So next time you go running around, spending hours and weeks and months on something, ask yourself this. If they're really that big of an issue, if they're on the team, they're highly likely to be, if they're on the screen, they're highly likely to be on the team, okay? You think the Joe Rogans and all of them don't connect to each other? Well, of course they do. Maybe they don't know it themselves because not all of these people are all that bright up in the ticky, right? So I think a lot of them, it's pretty easy to say, okay, we're going to pay you this. You go over here and you say this, and they do it. So I would caution you in what's ahead. Value your time. Stop giving it away. These people bark orders at people. You got to subscribe. Click that bell now. Hey, what happened to graciousness, right? You got to support the algorithm for me. When did you start working for the social media people? That's what I want to know. You run around like rabid dogs yourselves, clicking on things they tell you to click on, showing up for their next show. It sounds like a bunch of trained monkeys or something, if you ask me. So anyways, I would caution how you use your time. That is the most valuable asset that you have. And when your brain isn't full of all this stuff, hey, you may be able to work on your own instincts instead of chasing these rat dogs all over the place. So anyway, so let's get to this Nazi Germany stuff. I'm going to be going through first what happened between Nazi Germany and the U.S. I've had a lot of issues. I had a couple files frozen. I had to completely reboot my whole system. So I'm trying to pull together some pieces that kind of might have gotten missed when I had like a major issue with one of my files. So I'm trying to reconstruct as I roll along here. So during the Nazi period, Reims, I've talked about Reims, that biolab over there in Germany. It's RIEMS. It became more than a veterinary research institute. In 1943, it was taken over, because remember, Reims started around 1918 timeframe. So in 1943, Reims was taken over by the German Reich and renamed the Reich Research Institute on Reims Island. Historical research from the University of Greifswald states that at the beginning, around 1942, scientists there worked with the German Army Weapons Office on military virus research. One documented project involved developing foot and mouth disease. They were trying to develop foot and mouth disease as a virus, as a weapon against enemies' cattle. Final tests were reportedly conducted in 1943, and larger scale trials were planned for 1944, but were interrupted by the advancing Soviet army. Damn those Russians. The institute was therefore a dual-use facility. It developed veterinary vaccines while also participating in military biological research during the war. Pretty key spot there, right? So the Nazi side of human gastrointestinal disease and biological warfare, right there in that building. And there's a man named Kurt, K-U-R-T, Bloom, B-L-O-M-E, is one of the central figures. So Kurt Bloom shows up around 1939 to 1945. Kurt Bloom was a deputy Reich health leader under Leonardo Conti and became one of Nazi Germany's senior officials responsible for biological warfare research. By 1943, he had assumed responsibility for Weinkrack and the SS-sponsored biological warfare research. Evidence from wartime documents and later historical research indicates he was working on pathogens such as the plague, cholera, typhoid, anthrax. The research addressed production, storage, and methods of dispersal, and some prisoner experiments were conducted to evaluate vaccines and pathogenic effects. then we get to the gastrointestinal disease. So, both cholera and typhoid, both cholera and typhoid are severe gastrointestinal diseases capable of producing large outbreaks with dehydration and, in the case of cholera, profuse watery diarrhea. Sorry to be so gross. Hope you're not eating right now. Historical evidence shows these organisms were among those investigated within Nazi biological warfare research. So yeah, right there, they were in fact working on these things, right? So then in Reims was primarily the Reich's major center for animal diseases. And they were also focusing on this foot and mouth disease, animal epidemics, livestock biological warfare. So, yeah, so they changed it, and they also were doing the other biological stuff there, because it's easy to look at Reims and think, forget that, they were just doing animal stuff there. No, it became dual use during the Nazis, so that's pretty significant. Another institute that came out of the study in 2013, the SS established an entomological institute in Dakar in 1942. Newly examined research protocols indicate it supported offensive biological warfare research, including studying insects as vectors for disease transmission. So, the Nazi biological warfare effort was not concentrated in one laboratory. It involved several organizations, including that Kurt Blumguy's biological warfare program. Then there was the Reich Research Council, the SS, and then there was Incel Reims, primarily animal stuff. And then there was this thing called the Dachau. And so these organizations investigated a range of human and animal pathogens, including cholera and typhoid, alongside plagues and anthrax. So, yeah, and what were they doing over on the United States side? Well, during World War II and afterwards, the U.S. military devoted enormous effort to diarrhea diseases because they disabled far more soldiers than combat in many settings. Military epidemiologists studied dysentery, Shigella, cholera, E. coli, contaminated water, and foodborne disease. The goal of most published research was defensive, keep troops healthy, develop diagnostic sanitation, vaccines, and treatments. And remember, you always have to have a cover story, right? You can't exactly say, well, you caught us here. We're here to poison the world. Now, of course, they're going to say, yeah, we're here to save those children, and while we're doing it, we're going to keep those troops healthy. Yeah, okay. That sounds a lot better now, doesn't it, than admitting that you're out to murder and kill a bunch of children, right? At the same time, the U.S. also maintained an offensive biological warfare program centered at Fort Detrick until President Nixon ended the offensive program in 1969, or so they say. Of course, now those labs are just spread out all over the world, so the focus is kind of off of Fort Detrick, unless you live around that area, high cancer rates and stuff in that area. But hey, I don't have time for it all today, right? So one point I found particularly interesting: an illness doesn't have to kill to be militarily valuable. If a disease causes severe diarrhea, dehydration, vomiting, and incapacitates large numbers of troops or civilians, it can remove people from duty, overwhelm medical systems, and disrupt logistics. Military planners have long recognized incapacitation as a strategic effect, not just mortality. Today, organisms causing explosive diarrhea are generally discussed as food safety or public health issues, whereas historically, military organizations devoted substantial effort to understanding these same classics of disease because of their operational impact on armies, or so they say. So, yeah, it's been documented that Nazi Germany conducted biological warfare research. It was documented that the U.S. had both extensive military research on diarrheal diseases and an offensive biological warfare program. So, yes, that has all been established. So let's go on the hunt. We're going to go on the hunt for these researchers. The hunt for Ashford was really fascinating because I thought I had a gap period, GAP period. And, well, during that gap period, Ashford was actually busy doing some other questionable things. So let's take a look at the whole picture here. So, okay, we have Ashford. He's a British parasitologist. He's at the University of Papua New Guinea. He's on secondment from Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. He is the first person to publish The Mysterious Organism in 1979. Then comes a long quiet period. Ashford's not doing or saying anything. And then these other people start to occur. David C. Warhurst, Warhurst. Warhurst was not just another scientist. He was one of Britain's leading protozoologists. His expertise was parasites, especially malaria and other protozoa. Warhurst worked at the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine, eventually becoming professor of protozoan chemotherapy and co-director of the PHLS Malaria Reference Laboratory. In other words, Ashford's first reappearance is with one of the leading British protozoan experts. So when he emerges, and I'll go through the dates in a minute, he emerges with this guy, right? Warhurst, Warhurst, and a leading protozoologist. It's Protozoologist. I guess that's protozoologist. Okay. Then we have another guy named G.D. Reid, R-E-I-D. Because in the 1993 Lancet article, Ashford reemerged and wrote this article for the Lancet. He didn't reemerge alone. He reemerged with Warhurst and Reid, okay? So there was three of them. We had Ashford, Warhurst, and Reid. So, and that Lancet letter doesn't look like a random collaboration. It looks like someone picked up the phone, right? So, right after that, this is what surprised me. Then only weeks later, Ashford, who had been largely absent from the published Cyclospora story for about 14 years, appears with Warhurst and Reid in the Lancet. That's Lancet. That looks like a long-standing research team to me, okay, and a rapid response, because Ashford had been missing but for 14 years, and I'll explain part of what he was doing during those 14 years in a minute here. But at first, he seems to appear after 14 years with these other people and writes this article for the Lancet. So, this Reid guy was not a stranger. His full name was Graham D.F. Reid, a parasitologist working with primates and his experimental parasite research in East Africa. So I think they were doing this early, cooking up this Cyclospora, and they were using primates as their models. But I'm just guessing here, okay? So let me keep reading. So Ashford hooks up with Reid, and Reid is a pretty interesting character, right? A parasitologist, right? Working with parasites, with primates. So yeah, he was associated with institutions including the National Museum of Kenya and Research Network studying monkeys, baboons, gorillas, and intestinal parasites. More importantly, Reid and Ashford were already working together before the Cyclospora resurfaced. So in that gap period that I thought originally was a gap, actually Ashford was busy with Reed and them, who had connections to monkeys and stuff in Africa. Interesting story, right? So because in 1992, Ashford and Reed were co-authors on research involving parasites of mountain gorillas in Uganda. That was before the April 1993 Lancet letter. So basically, here's how it worked out. 1979, Ashford discovers the unknown human coccidian, known as Cyclospora. 1980 to early 1990s, Ashford and Reed are working on parasites of African primates. 1993, human Cyclospora suddenly becomes a major topic again. So Ashford and Reed immediately published together, with Warhurst joining as a protozoan specialist. Later research shows that baboons and other primates harbor Cyclospora, like organisms closely related to the human parasite, but genetically distinct. So that's pretty interesting how they all come up. So Ashford was from the Department of Parasitology, the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine. Reed was from the National Museums of Kenya and the Institute of Primate Research. And there's this other guy named Buttigieg, and he is a World Wildlife Fund in Uganda. So pretty interesting groups, right? They were studying intestinal parasites in fecal samples from humans and mountain gorillas. So this is the same habitat. This is a very specific research connection. Then it gets even more interesting. They keep publishing together. Ashford and Reed continue collaborating on gorilla parasite research, including describing new, they're called mnemonic species from mountain gorillas. Years later, they also published on chimpanzee intestinal parasites in Uganda. So really, it wasn't just a one-off. I mean, these guys were really heavy into all this monkey business in Africa, right? Then comes 1993. Suddenly, the mysterious human organism reappears. Ashford does not respond alone. He responds with his long-term intestinal parasite collaborator, Graham Reed, plus David Warhurst, Britain's protozoan specialist. So yeah, because during the 1980s, Ashford and them, he continues publishing extensively, but not on Cyclospora. He's radio silent on the Cyclospora, right? Instead, he increasingly studies intestinal parasites, primates, wildlife, zoonotic diseases, and Africa. So yeah, it's pretty interesting that they came back with all this gorilla business, right? Because in 1990, there were human and gorilla feces studies. And this one really caught my attention. So Ashford and Reed are comparing the intestinal parasites of humans and mountain gorillas living in the same habitat. So, yeah, I don't know what to say about it, but so 1990 to 1992, before Ashford reemerged, right? He's over there working with Reed, and they're collaborating on fecal specimens, intestinal organisms, gorillas, chimpanzees, parasite transmission, in East Africa. And then in March 1993, these things become a major topic. And then April of 1993, just 1 month later, Ashford immediately responds. But now it makes more sense. He doesn't respond alone. He responds with Graham Reed, his longtime parasite collaborator, and David Warhurst, the Britain's protozoan authority. So yes, it's interesting when he reemerges after that little gap period. So yeah, he had remained an active parasitologist. But instead of building a visible Cyclospora research program, his work increasingly shifts toward intestinal parasites, zoonotic disease, African field research, primates, and fecal parasite studies. So yeah, so that was how the trail happened. So, and here's a major clue. Another thing that Ashford and Reed published on the intestinal fauna of man and mountain gorilla in a shared habitat. So, pretty interesting paper, right? The intestinal faunas of man and mountain gorillas in a shared habitat. So, notice what they're studying, not gorillas, not ecology. They're comparing human feces and gorilla feces for intestinal parasites. That puts them directly into comparative parasite research involving humans and non-human primates. Yeah, so they keep moving along doing all that stuff, and only the three of them emerged when somebody else came up with a paper. And a month later, they came up and said, hey, wait a minute, we already knew about this stuff. So that was what they were doing in the meantime. Well, to me, it sounds fairly suspicious, right? Because they started in Papua New Guinea in 1977 to 1978 timeframe, examining routine stool specimens in a laboratory. And that's where Ashford discovered would later become Cyclospora. So we have the University of Papua New Guinea involved. We have the Liverpool School of Tropical Medicine involved. 1979, Ashford publishes the first paper saying, look what I found. 1980 to 1988. That was really the only Ashford gap because I thought the gap was longer when I first started looking into Ashford, but trust me, this was quite a spin to figure this guy out. So anyway, so yeah, in the late 1980s, Graham Reed appears. Ashford begins collaborating with Graham Reed of the Institute of Primate Research in Kenya. So yeah, they were pretty busy little bees. So why were they also testing gorillas? Well, I don't know. And last I checked, I never attended science school, so I'm just guessing that they were figuring out everything they could about this bug they were likely creating themselves, right? So anyway, so yeah, they were very active coordinating together. I've got a whole list down below, but they didn't just pop out of nowhere is my thing here. So how do they all connect? Well, I would say they're all part of the plot, right? I'm not saying any one of them is any more than the other, but it appears suspicious to me, all these gaps in time. You know, the original gap I thought was more years than it ended up being, but still, what was Ashford doing all this time, right? And why was he hanging around with all these gorilla people, right? So, yeah, this whole story, because I looked and looked and looked and looked. I used a lot of AI in different locations to keep looking more because AI is nothing but a gatekeeper to a large degree. So I bounced around to a lot of places and looked and looked and kept looking. And it reminds me of Hervé Cleckley, the guy that was responsible for the word psychopath. Despite his enormous influence on psychiatry and the study of psychopaths, there still isn't a single widely recognized definitive biography that traces his life, career, relationships, and influence from beginning to end. With Cyclospora, I find myself having the same reaction. Considering the importance of the discovery, the years of confusion over its identity, the scientists involved, and the international research that followed, I expected to find one comprehensive history pulling everything together. Instead, the story is scattered across dozens of papers and fragments. I don't know why that is, but I found it striking. Both historians seem far more fragmented than I would have expected. So yeah, so that is the background on how this came to be. And of course, not having the proper testing, not having any human challenges. And along the same time, there was this other group that filled in the gap period, and I'll cover them briefly. There was a group in 1988 to 1991, and that was the group that came up with the Cyclospora that Ashford said, oh, wait a minute, I already figured that out. And that group was a Dr. Ortega, Dr. Gilman, Dr. Charles Sterling, Dr. Kama and Dr. Diaz. Two groups of so what they did was they started out in Peru following children and documenting symptoms of parasite shedding. And then 1993, that's when they published the landmark paper in the New England Journal of Medicine identifying Cyclospora as a human intestinal parasite. Yeah. So, yeah, I have a list of them. There's also other people, but I think we get the picture from this part, right? My idea here isn't to try to explain the whole working organism of scientists, but just to show the areas that I found them very perplexing, right? To put it mildly, that all this was becoming, I don't know, it just strikes me as odd, right? And it strikes me as odd that it's so popular right now, right? And so little is still known. After all of this time, very, very little is known. So anyway, I think, everybody talks about the next generation of weapons, bigger bombs, bigger missiles, more drones. But when you step back and look at history, you realize that disease has often shaped the outcome of societies and wars just as profoundly. That's why so much effort went into clean water, sewage systems, public health, and disease preventions. One of the things I find fascinating about Cyclospora is that it doesn't usually make you sick the next morning. It can take days and sometimes up to 2 weeks before symptoms appear. By then, good luck remembering exactly which salad, sandwich, restaurant, or grocery store was responsible. That's one reason these outbreaks can be difficult to trace. People aren't trying to remember what they ate yesterday. They're trying to remember what they ate 1 or even 2 weeks ago. That also reminds us why public health agencies exist in the first place. Tracking outbreaks like this isn't easy. It takes investigators, laboratories, epidemiologists, and surveillance systems to piece together where illnesses began and how they spread. So, this isn't going to be a chemistry. I'm not trying to make this into a chemistry lecture, but I think we need to all understand that this is not. Well, they always present these things like, oh, it's so big. It's so terrific. Look at this matrix. They're beaming down from the sky. When really what they're doing is killing us in our homes, right? We always get presented this wild claim that, all this stuff is going to happen. And it also makes these people sound so smart, right? Who are these geniuses running things that came up with all these diabolical plots to get rid of the rest of us? Who are these people? We must find out. Well, behind the curtain, who are these people? Well, I would say they're a bunch of psychopaths. A lot of them are a bunch of idiots. They can hardly tell a good story and keep the line going straight. I'll get back to more of that later in how their generations of these people have horrifically deteriorated to the point that what we're looking at now are a bunch of screaming maniacs on the screen pointing, look here, look there, over here. And you're going to have to decide, do you want to stay under that big tent and keep arguing about these things, or do you want to take action, or do you want to do something? Your time is your value. Stop giving it away. So what I'm going to be doing is, let me see here. I'm going to put this on hold because, like I said, I'm dealing with converted files, so I think I can wrap this up in a couple of minutes here. Yeah, so let's look at the historical picture. 1870s, scientists, the people in the white coats, like those doctors, they confirmed that bacteria existed and caused disease. Well, that is a big sticking point with me because I'm not sure any of that is true about the bacteria and the viruses and all that, but you're going to have to decide for yourself. So 1880s, researchers identified many of the intestinal bacteria responsible for typhoid fever, cholera, dysentery, and other diarrheal diseases. 1890s, public health officials increasingly recognized that human feces containment, 1890s, public health officials increasingly recognized that human feces contaminated drinking water and food, driving major sanitation reforms. 1900s, cities built modern sewer systems, improved water treatment, and expanded public sanitation infrastructure. 1910s, the first vaccines against several bacterial diseases became more widely available, and let the killing begin. 1930s, sulfa drugs became the first widely used antibacterial medications, transforming the treatment of many infectious diseases. 1940s, researchers conducted human studies to better understand infectious diseases and evaluate new treatments, while wartime research also included unethical human experimentations in some settings. And that's another point that I will not be getting to today, but after World War II, everybody thought, that's all over with. Well, the USA, in fact, through the Tuskegee, where they tricked all those black men for years and years, the US themselves conducted unethical human experimentation after the World War II, when everyone thought it was over with. So don't get your head in a twist over thinking the USA always does things correctly. No, the USA is the lead criminal in this fight against the rest of us, right? So yeah, the 1950s to the 70s, there were controlled human research in several countries, but growing public concern over research ethics led to increasing oversight. 1970s onward, modern research ethics, institutional review boards, and informed consent became central requirements for studies involving human participants. If you're breathing a sigh of relief, I'd caution you, they just moved the worst tests overseas. They go into black box places to do the really unethical things. Yeah, these same scientists and doctors and stuff, they're involved in some pretty, well, I don't know. I would hesitate personally before I would join a profession of people with this kind of background, but hey, you do you, right? So yeah, so why, oh why, with all this concern over all of this stuff, was nothing done, right? Nothing was done. And let me go through the Cyclospora timeline before I log off here. 1979 to 1994, the parasite is recognized and named. The organism was first reported in humans in 1979, but for years, laboratories did not know exactly what it was. It was formally classified and named Cyclospora in the early 1990s. Humans are the only confirmed host, and infected people release the parasites oocysts in their feces. These oocysts must mature in the environment before becoming infectious, which is why outbreaks usually point toward contaminated irrigation water, wash water, soil, or equipment rather than immediate person-to-person spread. 1995, early North America produce outbreaks. Clusters in the United States and Canada were associated with fresh produce, including raspberries. These events alerted public health agencies that Cyclospora was not merely a traveler's disease. Imported raw produce could carry it into large catered events, restaurants, and supermarkets. 1996, the outbreak that put Cyclospora on the map. A massive outbreak associated primarily with fresh raspberries imported from Guatemala produced 1,465 reported illnesses across 20 states, Washington, D.C., and 2 Canadian provinces. This outbreak established Cyclospora as a major foodborne produce pathogen in North America. Because raspberries are fragile and eaten raw, there are no cooking steps capable of killing the parasite. Well, that's not really true. I mean, you can make raspberry into a sauce or something. 1997 to 2000, raspberries, basil, lettuce, and other raw produce. Additional outbreaks were connected to Guatemalan raspberries, fresh basil, or mixed lettuce. Import restrictions and farm certification programs followed. but Cyclospora repeatedly resurfaced because contamination could occur through irrigation water, workers, sewage intrusion, or water use during harvesting and packing. 1997 to 2008, sporadic cases continue. CDC recorded more than 1,100 laboratory-confirmed sporadic cases during this period, apart from the better-known outbreak clusters. Reporting was inconsistent, and many patients were probably never tested specifically for Cyclospora. 2001 to 2012, relatively low reported numbers. CDC surveillance recorded only 130 reported cases in 2012. That low number is useful for comparison because the following year produced a dramatic national surge. Then 2013, Taylor Farms in Mexico and cilantro. The United States reported 631 outbreaks associated cases in 25 states and New York City. Investigators determined that more than one outbreak was occurring. Illnesses among restaurant customers in Iowa and Nebraska were linked to salad mix processed by Taylor Farms de Mexico and Guantanamo, and served at Olive Gardens and Red Lobster restaurants. Separate illnesses in Texas were linked to fresh cilantro from Puebla, Mexico. Taylor Farms de Mexico temporarily suspended production while FDA inspections the operation. Extensive testing did not actually recover Cyclospora from hundreds of food, water, environmental, and work samples, but the epidemiology and traceback evidence linked the restaurant cluster to its salad mix. So, the company was linked by the outbreak investigation, but the parasite was not isolated. So, 2014 to 2015, cilantro becomes a repeated concern. Recurring outbreaks were associated with fresh cilantro imported from Puebla, Mexico. FDA ultimately imposed import controls on cilantro from parts of Puebla after inspections found sanitation problems at some farms and packing facilities. During the broader period from 1996 through 2015, FDA counted 9 major outbreaks associated with basil, parsley, and cilantro. 7 were caused by Cyclospora. Together, those herb-related outbreaks caused thousands of illnesses. 2017, there was a restaurant cluster in Texas. 20 Cyclospora cases were identified among customers of a Mediterranean-style restaurant in the Houston area. The investigation again illustrated how difficult it can be to identify one contaminated ingredient once herbs, lettuce, and vegetables are combined in restaurant dishes. 2018, the parasite explodes nationally. CDC recorded 2,299 domestically acquired laboratory-confirmed cases in 33 states during the main May to August season. One outbreak involved Del Monte vegetable trays containing broccoli, cauliflower, carrots, and dill dip. Del Monte recalled trays distributed to several Midwestern retailers. Another major outbreak involved Fresh Express salad mix served at McDonald's restaurants. McDonald's removed salads from affected restaurants, and Fresh Express recalled salad mix distributed to McDonald's. By this point, Cyclospora was no longer viewed as a problem involving imported berries and herbs. Also in 2018, the FDA detected Cyclospora on domestically grown cilantro, although that particular finding was not tied to known outbreaks. This was important because it showed that the organism was not exclusively an imported produce problem. Yeah, well, they're laying the same shit down on the fields here, the same shit they're laying on the fields in Mexico, right? So you do the math, right? And when they're not laying it on the field, they're selling it to you as fertilizer, so you can put it on your own ground yourself. So I'll keep reading. 2019, there was an imported fresh basil. A multi-state outbreak was associated with fresh basil exported from Mexico. The exporter stopped production and recalled potentially affected basil. More than 200 people became ill, and the broader national Cyclospora season produced numerous additional cases that could not all be tied to that one source. The rise in domestically acquired cases led the FDA and CDC to establish, and listen to this, a dedicated Cyclospora task force in 2019. So then in 2020, Fresh Express bagged salads were in the problem again. Fresh Express produced bagged salads containing iceberg lettuce, red cabbage, and carrots were linked to a large multi-state outbreak. The products appeared under the Fresh Express name in several store brands, including products sold through Aldi, Hy-Vee, ShopRite, and Walmart. At least 641 outbreaks linked illnesses in 11 states were identified, with 37 hospitalizations and no death. The implicated products were recalled, so across all investigated and unidentified clusters, CDC received more than 1,200 domestic Cyclospora reports during the 2020 season. 2021 to 2022, the seasonal outbreaks continue. Cyclospora cases continue to appear each summer. Some clusters were linked to salad products, while many could not be assigned to a specific food or company. Genetic typing was still developing, so public health officials often had to rely on interviews, restaurant records, and produce tracebacks rather than matching parasite samples as precisely as they can with bacteria such as Salmonella. 2023, bagged salad kits in restaurant outbreaks. Investigators examined clusters connected to bagged Caesar salad kits in a Mexican-style restaurant, and a Mexican-style restaurant in Alabama. Some patients remembered eating salad but could not identify the brand. Again, showing how packaging disposal and long incubation periods interfere with traceback. And I would say that's part of the genius of this plot, right? It's always better to murder somebody, distance yourself for a very long period, and never act like you did anything, right? So time is a friend of the criminal, right? Why do you think in these court cases, it's all about delay, delay, delay? If they don't want to hear your case, trust me, they'll bury you in delays. I spent 4.5 years trying to sue Intel. I did prevail in the win, but I won in the end. But let me tell you, it was a shuffle. It was a hard-fought battle. They kept wanting to delay, delay, delay. And that is what drives all this law stuff, right? You'll notice when these big people have cases, their cases don't usually get delayed. They get right into court, right? But let me keep reading here. So 2023, they had the bagged salads kits again and restaurant outbreaks. And that was with the Caesar salads. 2024 to 2025, annual outbreaks became the expectation. CDC researchers now describe seasonal U.S. Cyclospora outbreaks as occurring every year, with most cases appearing from May through August. The organism has been associated with lettuce, cilantro, basil, raspberries, snow peas, onions, mangoes, and assorted salad ingredients. So yeah, and then 2026, iceberg lettuce and Taylor farms to Mexico again. You starting to recognize the patterns here? So yeah, the current national surveillance count has reached 1,645. Yeah. So is Cyclospora the worst parasite? not in terms of deaths or irreversible damage. CDC explicitly says cyclosporesis is not usually life-threatening, and U.S. outbreaks generally produce no deaths. Cyclospora is awful because it can cause relentless, watery, or explosive diarrhea, weight loss, dehydration, and exhaustion. Untreated illness can last weeks or longer, improve temporarily, and then relapse. People can also become infected more than once. And here's what you need to consider. People with the most vulnerable situations are going to be the biggest targets, right? Well, with the biggest targets, if you're tired or you're already sick and then you have this diarrhea for weeks on end, yeah, likely it will start to kill you. Now, will they trace it to this? Probably not, right? Because that's how it works, right? There's always this confusion at the end, right? So, anyway, Cyclospora is not the deadliest parasite, but is one of the worst produce parasites. So, you do the math from there. I'm going to put this on hold for a second. So I think a lot depends on your own system. I'm not sure that it's going to knock everybody out for a couple of weeks. If you are already in an unhealthy position, you're not eating right and all that kind of stuff, probably have a much bigger impact. I'm not trying to say don't take this seriously. Take it very seriously. I have a ton of issues over how and why this even got started in the first place, right? And if you start to think, well, maybe I'll just get those pills and keep them on hand, well, the pill is called TMP-SMX, and it can interact with several medications, including blood thinners and all kinds of issues. So I would be cautious before you go and start taking some pills that they recommend, because most people taking a 7 to 10 day course for Cyclospora complete treatment without serious problems. But these things have some extraordinarily horrific side effects. So buyer be very aware. Personally, I wouldn't touch them with a 10-foot pole. I would try other remedies. There's ways you can get people to slow it down. If you give them some weed or something like that, some THC, kind of knock them out for a bit, you can get things under control in different ways. So it doesn't have to be in a pill that you get from these people, which I have not taken any of their pills. I have not had any treatments in the last 6 years, and I'm 100% sure that I'm alive because I didn't get treatment. So when I lived in Sedona years ago, my smallest dog kept getting giardia, and the veterinarian, I don't know why it happened in Arizona. I never could get a straight answer. My other dogs didn't get sick. But yes, I did keep those pills on hand because it was horrendous to deal with and also extraordinarily expensive. Would I do that again today? Yeah, I probably would, because this isn't our only life, and I would make every effort to make sure that whatever I did would be only in making that person or that pet or whatever comfortable. So if I had to knock them out with a strong hit of THC for a few days, that would be the route that I would take before I would ever take probably any of these antibiotics or anything. So just buyer beware. So yeah, this all looks to me, when you add up all the pieces together, right? The fact that they moved Plum Island over to Kansas, where most of the livestock is kept, and Kansas is right next to Nebraska, where also a lot of livestock is kept, right? And then you see the slowness of being able to even identify this thing. So what were Ashford and them doing over there with those gorillas and stuff, making sure that this was going to have the killing effect that they wanted? So, yeah, so I see a lot of issues. To me, personally, and you have to come to your own decision. To me, this looks exactly like something that was grown in a lab. I think Ashford and them created this in a lab back in the early 70s. It is the only thing that makes sense, because why else wouldn't they be coming up with tests? Why these long periods and things? Why did it get to this stage? Because I think it was easy to trick people because of their past, because in the past, in order to build societies, they were concerned about the health aspects, right? They were concerned to make sure you had clean water and clean sewage and all that stuff. Well, yeah, because you have to lure people in with some good stuff, right? People wouldn't have come to this country if they thought, everything's horrible. No, they came to this country because it looked modern, right? And moving forward and progressive and leaving behind all the old things. So that was what tricked a lot of people, that all these people appeared in these white coats and people felt safe, right? I think that's exactly how it happened. And over time, these people in those white coats grew more and more controlling. I think people are starting to rebel against them to a certain degree now, but I don't think most people have the total picture of how actually, well, how psycho this is behind the pictures, right? That someone would actually go out and figure out ways to use human feces, spread it over your crops. I mean, I can't really think of, well, I can't think of anything probably more disgusting myself personally than this. I have actually had a lot of trouble with even thinking about eating because of this, but I'm forcing myself to. I'm managing things the best that I can. And in order to get through this game board, we have to also be realistic. Do the best that you can do. Don't let this throw you off the tracks completely. This, to me, is just another plot line that they've come up with to get rid of the rest of us. And I would have to say it is very devious. And I don't think a lot of people are going to catch it, because people are looking for the Matrix type event, right? They're looking for the big light show. They're looking for things to really happen. A lot of people are sitting around right now, and I see them in the comments. They're saying, well, it's okay. Jesus will come and fix this. Well, good luck with that. So I see a lot of people thinking that way, that, we'll just kind of let this roll along because in the end, we got Jesus. Well, I would be very careful who you're using as your backup system, right? If your backup singer is Jesus, I would be very, very suspicious, right? I think that Jesus thing has ruined a lot of people's instincts of their own, because if you don't use your own instincts and everything becomes, it's okay. Yeah, okay, I'm here in this chat group and we're all talking about these terrific things, but I'm okay because I ride with Jesus. I think you have picked a very weak partner. The strength is within yourself. You hold the cards to this deck, okay? That card that has your name on it has a meaning attached to it. And that meaning is something that you need to make sure that you understand. So instead of getting sidetracked by all of this stuff going on everywhere and everybody yelling about this or that, maybe spend the time to think about you. What is your plan for this? Are you going to stand up and do anything about it? Or what is your plan? Granted, no one's going to force you to do anything. You can just write it out. Eventually you'll go home. You won't get thrown into hell for not doing anything, I'm sure. But the whole idea of a game board is to advance our understanding, advance our abilities to get along together, advance how we're working together as a society group down here on this game board. We came from an advanced society. This is pretty simple stuff for us, but we don't remember where we came from. And as long as we don't remember, we're going to continue to be under the rule and the thumb of these people calling themselves the elites. I think this show should prove a lot of things to a lot of people. It's interesting that they themselves have banned this stuff from their own areas. Switzerland banned the use of sewage sludge in 2006, citing concerns about contaminants and long-term soil protection. Switzerland did that, right? Netherlands, of course, did that. Germany is going to be doing it soon. Some of my favorite people. Gee, why is that? Are they protecting themselves while the rest of us rot with filthy food? I don't know. Is that where they're going to be getting their supply for down the road? I don't know. It opens a million questions, but I'd like to tell you this. The ending of this game board has not been determined. It is, in fact, a battle against good and evil. Which side are you on? My own conclusion is there's a much bigger picture. We tend to think of unethical human experimentation, all this, as ended and done. I don't think history is that simple. And public health efforts to understand infectious disease did not stop in 1945. It continued. Maybe it's time to stop sitting and watching the children, the elderly, and even our beloved pets get injected with poison. Is there a line? Does anybody have a line they're willing to toe? Is it going to be okay? Next time they roll around with shots for children and the elderly and even our beloved pets, are you just going to let them inject them? You know what that makes it? That makes the rest of us accomplices. Acceptance of this behavior by these people against the rest of us in this society makes the rest of us accomplices. If we sit and watch children, the elderly, and even our pets get injected by poison, do we have a line? Where is the line? Be safe out there and goodbye for now.